What up, everybody? G the Ico here. Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series ESL. It is going to be an amazing time. I got special access to be able to stream this alongside another procaster with me. I appreciate all you guys tuning in. We're not as early today as we were yesterday. My doggo came to say hi. But yes, without further ado, let me give you a special shout out to the one and only Kronos. What up, brother?
Hello, G. What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? It's finally nice to be back on G stream after like forever. I think about a year now. The last time we casted was something back for NASL, and now here we are casting the Snapdragon Pro Series. I can't really wait, especially after looking at you guys, what you and Ryan Rumbles did yesterday. It was an amazing show, and looking to live up to the same hype and maybe even better. Maybe bring about the extra hype that we need for whatever's been going on. And for now, I'm just excited to see what's going on today.
Hey, same here. I think my stream's like overloading itself for some reason. I'm not quite sure. We'll find out why. It normally fixes itself at some point. I need to fix my OBS, but we'll get to that. It's going to be an amazing day, like Chrono said here. We got a couple matches coming up. I think we're looking at Twisted Minds versus R8 Esports first. That's just a guess that I'm suspecting. And then we're gonna have New Realm versus Team Falcon, and then we'll have Geekay Esports versus the loser of the first match, and then the Centauri versus the loser of the second match. I believe that's how it's going. My OBS finally caught up. I think it was so. I can only imagine that it's the Snapdragon's like crazy intro that they do on because it's the only time it ever does that. I don't know why. I'll have to worry about that later. We'll see. But how you feeling about these matches?
Hey, I'm about to say that's all in the past, but right now I'm excited, especially to cast R8 Esports, because they're supposed to be the team that's the top dog, right? They're coming to this tournament that are favorites. I don't know if Ryan told you that, but at least for those watching, those who know, those who've been caught up with the MPL MENA, MEC scene, at least the ones that going on in Europe, all the scrims. Yes, we've heard that they've not been doing that crazy on the scrims, but they are coming into this tournament, the favorites, and I think they took a shocking loss yesterday, and the way Birthright just played, oh my god, that was amazing. And knowing what's been going on, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of big upsets, I think I'm pretty excited, just ready to bring in that action, ready to bring that energy, and I know you are going to do the same as well, G.
Same. Just building off of what you were saying, Ryan yesterday was saying that R8 was kind of one of those teams that are like the forefront of right now of Snapdragon. They went through the qualifiers like crazy alongside I think even New Realm. So both of those teams are it's surprising to see them into the lower bracket, and it kind of only makes me imagine, is this a possibility that they did this so then they don't have to deal with the hard upper bracket, the crazy, as I like to call it. They're just gonna go for the American crawl in the lower bracket and deal with it, right?
Yeah, the famous so-called American crawl, the one that BTK is known for, all the way going from the lower bracket, making it everywhere that they can to the highest ever spot. But yeah, I think the way it's been going on, you never know. R8 Esports can pull it off. They have some crazy players like Defender. He's been playing since M1, and that's probably, if that doesn't show you what experience is for coming to a tournament like this, I don't think anything else can. Especially knowing how they've been going about how the organization is built up and what all access they have to the facilities, and not just that. I'm glad you mentioned New Realm, right? Because New Realm won. New Realm, one of the.
Hey,
let's wait for that
to
die down, folks.
Hey, what are you doing? Why are you howling? Calm down. What in the world?
Well, hey, I think your doggy wants some food. You never know. Probably a little thirsty.
That boy said, "I'm coming into cast today."
Yeah. I gotta stay. I gotta steal the spotlight this time from Kronos.
That's what I'm saying.
about to say that I'm glad you mentioned New Realm because they're one of the top teams right now, right? In Europe, they recently won the local Crown League tournament as well. And the way it's been going about, New Realm have really amazing players. Their jungler has been on an all-time high with his play style, and then also their roamer Vansky, absolutely amazing. I don't think I've seen a better roamer in all of Europe than Vansky so far. But only time will tell if you have their game whenever it comes up, and it'll be a good show for those of you who are watching. And once again, I know it's G stream, but don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Gotta show
Hey,
your support.
exactly. As well as big shout out to Kronos, man. He's like the India legend, man. He's just coming from a whole nother country, and it's just, man. He's like, I don't know if you guys know, but I mean, he's definitely someone that I casted with a long time ago, like our NASL days. He was telling me even Nighthorde. He's been in the games of the future. Definitely a legend. So big pride out to him. It's good to see him actually thriving in the Euro department here. Hopefully he'll be able to get in and be able to replace Private Dancer Wheezy that I'm seeing cast in here in the wild side.
Hey, but big ups to you guys. You guys give me the opportunity, come up on the international stage, show my talents and at least learn from wherever I could, and always trying to get better and learn from the people I cast with, maybe even share some knowledge that I have at the same time, because it's a give and take relationship. And then obviously there's like bigger tournaments that'll be coming to India soon, but that's for another day. That's for another topic. Let's get back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? Because right now, I think the way that it's been going on, it's been so tight, not only with the brackets that are, not only with the teams when they're going up against each other, but I think like if you take a look, right, upper bracket, Twisted Minds, CNQ went through and then they lost the next game against BR, and RA Esports, and once again, back to the lower bracket. Now they got to think about how they'll be going about. Opertum, I think that was a big surprise how they came out and beat New Realm, because New Realm's, like I said, one of the top teams, and I think all the favorites have been letting that ego a little bit get to their head, and now that's costed them, and they've dropped down to the lower bracket. So excited to see, especially R8 Esports for the first game of the night or the evening or day, wherever you are, whichever part of the world you're watching from. I think it's going to be really exciting.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I don't know if this attributes to it, because it played a little bit of a factor into the NACT, but like that big patch that kind of came out in the middle of it, it goes to show that like a lot of these teams, they have to learn on the fly. They got to understand, the current updates and the current meta heroes. I've actually been seeing some different types of metas pop up, even in North America. And even here in the Snapdragon yesterday, I seen so many different heroes be played that weren't actually played before. In the NACT, so it goes to show that every region has their own little quirks that they like to roll with. It's just something that is cool to see. But it is confirmed that we have R8 versus Twisted Minds coming up, and it's huge. It's huge.
Yeah, R8 Esports. We all want to see how it happens, and I'm glad you mentioned the meta, because like the way it's been going about, the meta has been, I think it's been shifting up and down, especially given the fact that nobody is sure as to how it's going about with all the different patches that have been coming in. But one thing is for sure that we can say it's like a chain CC meta, right? It's the fact that you're not able to move. Yeah,
I can't move.
Yeah, exactly. You're not able to move. That's the meta that's been going around all over the world. And the first team to actually understand that and build upon that in their strategies, that's the team that will probably end up winning. Because when in the beginning of the season, we saw how Novario was doing really great. And so far, Novario has been dropping off. It by no means that Novario got a nerf. It's just that the other mages have been contributing more towards team fights and building this so-called you can't move meta. And if teams don't understand that, I think it's a little hard for them to catch up. And that's why you see slowly the rise of Edith and the Roam and the EXP as well, not being played so much throughout the world. But again, it's still up there in terms of, that chain CC that they want to keep going.
Exactly. And I mean, the GOAT himself, Mobazane, he kind of like, it's something that flies around my channel and his channel. It's just that literally he at one point he said he can't move, and now it's been the forefront of everything in the world. And again, I think there's a little bit of a mix up as well, because there can also be that mobility meta as well. So like the chip, I don't see too many teams utilize the chip, but my God, in the NACT, that chip came in clutch for BTK to secure the grand finals win. And I think if more teams utilize that, you won't have to worry about that I can't move, because it's more of like, where the heck are they, instead of I can't move, right? You're gonna just a full team blast onto you. But it does look like the draft is going to be starting here in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, we're gonna get straight into the draft, but once again, let's talk about that meta, right? It's either you can't move or you can move a lot, and that's why I think we've seen the rise of Lu Yi as well, and the rise of Lu Yi has brought about that change, and that's why the chip again, I think he's just too good a hero to let go. But if only teams that understand how to build teams around it, and look at the first few bans to take out the Masha, the Matilda, and the Arlot. Once again, the you can move meta with a lot of mobility.
Exactly. And I mean, that just, oh, those are just the prios. The Masha's been like one of the ones that are like, eh. And I guess they, Twisted Minds, if I'm not mistaken, utilize that Masha really well against Centauri. So it just, that's something you don't want to see. Maybe they're going to go for more of a squishier hero in the gold lane, so they can't escape too much. So we'll see. My dog is just being a pain here.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't be mad at your boy. But apart from that, I agree with the Masha just being a meh kind of pick. It's just because it's so like underwhelming in the early phase of the game, unless and until you're able to scale up to that mid game power spike. That's where you truly shine. But at the same time, you want to have that easy early game, and for that your team has to compensate in the other lane. So if you're able to dominate Masha quite early into the game, then I think it's just a game changer, and they'll be able to run away with the game. But I like this Natan ban, right? The Natan has been slowly creeping up, especially matching up with that Angela in the mid lane instead of putting in the roam, just to sack up that magic damage that comes in from other resources as well. So the Natan being taken out, I think they've realized that it's something that they have to look at. And once again, the Harriet, I mean, that's showing that he's just a broken character currently. He's just the most broken hero in the game. You can't really say anything about it.
No, he just dominates the gold lane. I mean, it's hard to take care of him or take him out. The next thing that we see that is still possibly open is that Angela. Teams have been prio and Angela or Harith most of the time. So we'll see if that Bratz was also open as well. So, I mean, we might see an Angela. We might see a Fredrin picked first here. I think there's a lot of options available, but R8's going to have to keep it into the back of their mind that they're getting one, but the other team's getting two. So,
yeah. I mean, I agree, right? If I was playing, I would love to be the red side just because you don't want to give that two power picks away. But the Angela is just a little too much to give away. So you want to make sure you keep the Angela and you build around that, just because it complements into so many different other picks. You can always go for the Boxia, you can go for the Yu Zhong, you can possibly the Natan, but he's banned out. So you can go even for the Claude, maybe build up into something that you really like. So the Angela, again, going in, can be a flex in the Roam or the EXP. I mean, Roam or the mid lane, but at the same time, you got two power picks, That Fredrin and the Yu Zhong is so strong.
The Yu Zhong's going to be able to get into that back line and penetrate all of R8. And again, I mean, maybe R8 responds to go more of the frontal approach this time around since they have that Angela. And I mean, they could. There's a couple options here, right? Because a good counter to the Akai is going to, or the Fredrin would be an Akai. So, I mean, we might see that picked up, but again, the Angela's there. So the Basha is also another good go, and we see that picked up as well.
I agree, but I'm not a fan of this boss shell. I've seen it being played everywhere in all these tournaments, and I think it mostly ends up on the losing side for some reason. By no means is it a bad pick, but it always ends up being on the losing side for some reason. Maybe it's just the fact that the teams are able to counter it much more easier, and I think slowly it's like an attack speed burst kind of meta, and usually it's the Roger on the other side. But this time, R8 picking up the Roger and the Baxia as well. So I think the Angela complements well into these two picks. So it's something that they can build on. And then the Odette comes out. Oh my God! I know all those people in the epic rank are watching, and they would love to see this Odette.
If I'm not mistaken, Cuffin actually pulled the Odette out yesterday as well, and it actually performed really well. And I mean, when you got someone like Roger that's so hard to catch, why not just AoE the whole area and catch him off guard and burst him down instantly? So I mean, it's a interesting approach, but it can also be like a double-edged sword. She's so squishy. Yeah, she gets a little bit of shield from her ultimate, but she can be picked off after her ultimate really easy. So we'll have to see where that is going to be utilized in this team comp. Going into the second banning phases, we do see the Edith getting out of there again. That is just something that is, you just can't move, right? So get that out of there. The damage from her is insane. The carry, so it looks like they might go a little bit more of a tankier route for the remaining of RH draft. We'll have to find out.
I mean, yeah, I agree. The fact that the carry is a good ban, just because they already have the Fredra and the Yuzhong to protect, right, in the front line, and obviously the big AoE of Odette Swansong, and that can be utilized in the mid game as sort of a zoning tool as well once she hits that level 8 power spike. So that will be a really good option for them. But unfortunately, it's been taken off by the side of R8 Esports, and now they're choking down the gold lane a little bit. There's no Natan, there's no Harriet, there's no carry. Maybe they're gonna ban out the Claude next, for all you know, but taking out the Grok coming in, and Boro from R8 Esports is very well known for his Grok. So, man, a little bit of respect ban, but at the same time, taking it off so that they don't have a good composition going in for themselves. So the Grok being taken off the table. Maybe the last ban. What do you think, G? Maybe another gold laner, I think, just to choke down in the gold lane, not giving Sano what he wants to pick.
Yeah, they could go another gold laner here. I mean, Roger doesn't really have too many weaknesses. I mean, they could get rid of Moskoff if they really wanted to. I've been seeing that kind of get banned. I mean, they could also, ban another tank, which there you go, the Minnow. The Minnow did get banned. I mean, that could have been a rough pick as well, because you can only imagine when an Angela, they're going to just want to go gung-ho, and you don't want to gung-ho into Minnow's rage.
Absolutely, right? Because obviously Minnow, the best anti-dive tank, especially with a Roger as well. So taking that off, completely viable, a really good option coming in from the side of R8 Esports. They know they want to dive, but at the same time, now we want to see what's going to go into that gold lane, what's going to go into that roam slot. And I think there's still Chip that's available, so that's a really good option for the side of Twisted Minds. So I think Chip, picking up Chip right now would be something good, because I don't know if anyone's played Chip in the EXP lane, but I think it's still possible. But they want to go for the Kaja. I think that's a good pick just to counteract that Roger when he dives in.
Yeah, Kaja's not picked up too often over in North America, but when it is a devastating pick. They just got to be careful though, right? Because now they're the only person that's going to be on the front line right now, at least, is going to be that Fredrin. So they're going to have to, their last pick's going to be tanky. And look, they picked up the Terizla and the Ruby, two of one of the tankiest people. Right now they got to pick up their gold lane, so they can't go tanky at this point. Hey,
I mean, I think I like this Ruby pick coming in, just because the Kaja is going to dive in for the Divine Judgment with that flicker. So taking up the Ruby, I think, just kind of prevents that, just because the second skill, Don't Run Wolf's King, gives a little bit of a CC chain that can be counteracted with this big penalty zone from the Fredrin. And let's not forget, it's a defender that's going to be on the, not the Fredrin, that's Terizla. Let's not forget, defender's going to be on the Terizla, right? And especially the fact that he's been playing this hero for such a long time means that he knows the ins and out of it. So it comes down to this final gold lane pick. I think what's left is the Claude, there's the Brody, there's the Moskov. You got to go one of the three, and I think the way it's been going, it's the Moskov. Just so that you can hold yourself in lane and use that Spear of Destruction just to, teleport yourself around the map. Give them a little bit more mobility options joining the team fight, and being able to burst them down when the Kaja has someone with the Divine Judgment. So the draft is set, the stage is set. G, what do you think? I think I'm going for R8 Esports. That the Roger is just a little too much to handle.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the Ruby as well. I mean, they just have so much set potential. They have so much crowd control when it comes to this team. And I mean, the knockup potential is there as well. So we'll have to definitely see once we get into this game. I'm liking our edge draft. I mean, the Angela, the Boxia, though it has a low win rate, they're looking really good. They have that Roger. If they can scale the Roger, I think they got it in the bag. But it'll just all come down to that combination and how they put it together.
Yeah, it all comes down, the drafting is done, the coaches have done their job at the moment, and it all comes down to how it goes on in game. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends of all ages, let's get ready to get into the land of dawn between R8 Esports and Twisted Minds for the first game in this lower bracket of Snapdragon Pro Series. Myself, Kronos, alongside GD Aiko. GD Aiko, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, so kind of looking at some of these win conditions that we see in this game, we're going to be looking at, from the side of R8, again, the combination of the Baxia and the Angela are going to be some of the key factors that we have to see. We are going to have to watch out for that. But again, the Angela also has the Roger that can pick up and just, I mean, go crazy. His name is Speedy, for God's sake. You're going to have to watch out for that.
With that quantum charge as well, he got the speedy boots on just to make sure he gets the extra bit of movement speed. But here, taking the little bit of poke, Morrow not really able to sustain himself against this Ruby and Angela in the mid lane. And look at that, they're taking him quite low, but I think he won't be able to pop off. Yeah, he has his flicker, doesn't want to use it. Cuffin gets low as well, but at the same time, now we want to see how the rotation comes out from these junglers. And I think Baxia and Fredrin quite on equal terms when it comes to the rotation. So one going to the goal lane, one going to the EXP. We'll find out what's going to happen in the next few seconds.
100%. And when the minnow ban came out, I was saying that Moskov, they did end up picking up that Moskov. I guess it was the last second, I didn't even catch it. But I think that could be a good winning condition here for the side of Twisted Minds, utilizing that Odette to pick off someone alongside the Kaja, possibly picking off the Angela before she's able to ult onto any of the team. Baxia, I mean, Charizla, the whole team is crazy. One thing I want to point out here is that it looks like we do have a Ruby roam, which I think can scale pretty well and just control an overall team fight and stop the Kaja. So either side, I think it's going to come down to the execution.
Yeah, it has to come down to how this Ruby is going to peel for the team and just catch Morrow when he goes for the flicker, right? Because we know when the Kaja has the flicker, that's when the play is going to be. And once again, the hard guard on towards Bazo, he's going over the shield unity. He might want to get something going, but realizes he's not able to catch anyone. But here, defender going to the penalty zone, and you want to see the Black Dragon go in, but the retribution going on towards Soda, and now hard guard's there, Swan Song coming out, flicker penalty zone from the defender, but first blood goes in towards the side of Soda once again. But Morrow goes down, Mike Summer falls as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade towards the side of Team R8 Esports, and now they want to bite off more than they can chew. Boro trying to get something, but look at that, he's able to flicker out of harm's way, Cuffin. And I think that was a good team fight, but they lose out on the turtle. I don't know, say 50-50, G?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a 50-50. I mean, losing... getting a couple kills is worth it, but losing out on the turtle is still, I mean, if there's anything you can do, get a couple kills, lose the turtle, it's okay, right? I mean, now I would say, since you got a couple kills, let's focus on invading, focus on maybe setting up for a pick on the side, and we can already see that they're not going for it yet, but you can see the penalty zone coming in, and then the clap just coming down, securing the kill onto the Baxia. That's huge, right? Because you're taking out the enemy's jungle, but then you lose to yourself. So I would say easily a 50-50. Ooh.
Oh, Divine Judgment, Swan Song coming in. Angela will be able to survive. No, she does not, going down. And I think that was just a cheeky pickoff coming in from Twisted Minds. But look at Boro, gets that I'm offended. Shield unity on towards Morrow. He might be able to get out of there. No, he does not. He's so low, but they want to go with Speedy with the Lycan Pounce. He gets that kill, quite speedy indeed. And look at that, Tortoise's Poissons just able to disengage. And I think that was a good, trade for both teams.
100%, 100%. I mean, you can see, this is what I was saying. It's going to come down to Morrow on this Kaja to secure pickoffs onto this Angela, because in the early game, she shows herself a lot. In the late game, she doesn't, but look at the solo. Well, I guess there's a duo kill there in the mid by Bazo and the Angela. I mean, that's huge on an Odette. That's going to set them up for this turtle take.
Look at that. Meanwhile, the top lane, I think Lycan Pouncy gets the kill. Speedy picking up another one. Defender zoning the rest of Twisted Minds away from this turtle penalty zone, but the Black Dragon form comes out to immune everything away. The Tondo arms towards Baro. Will he get the turtle? No, he does not. Misses the retribution once again, and this time Hardguard on towards him, and they look like they're gonna get Maro. He will fall down soon enough, and seems like here's the Spear of Destruction. Will they get anything going from the Moskov? No, he does not. They back up once again. G, the Twisted Mind retribution from Soda has been on point, and I think Bazo really needs to rethink about that, pressing his finger down on the retribution button.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, you're winning in kills, but you're losing in objectives. I mean, though their economy is solid at this point, I think they're okay. I mean, turtles don't make it or break it, but they can be a little bit of a tide turner. But they're gonna definitely have to recorrect something once the Lord's coming up, right? Like that's gonna be the big make it or break it is the first Lord. And I mean, if the retries keep falling like this, it could be a little bit of a problem. But that's what teams have to. They have to get that lockdown, right? I mean, you have a Trizzly, you have a Ruby, for God's sakes. You're gonna be able to lock down Zoda here. So that is what I think they need to do from R8. They're winning team fights. Twisted Minds, though, they're securing the objectives. The retries are on point. They're just gonna have to up their damage, and I think that's when the Moskov can come. Look at conceal play.
Oh, he's gonna go in, but that's the I'm offended on towards Maro, but they're trying to get a little more. Soto going in for the taunt. He might, but the defiant jump point. Swan Song, and here comes the appraisals, right? Speedy able to flicker out, but he gets caught. Double kill on towards Cuffin, then they're going for more on towards Bazo. He has the hard guard on him, able to get out of there. But I think that was a good team fight for Twisted Minds, and they're catching up in the goal lead. But here, I think Bazo, oh my god, he thought he could do a little more than what he wanted to, but he has to follow. Now I think they're going to be able to get that mid lane tier 1. But Defender, making sure he doesn't. They go in for the penalty zone. Cuffin might get caught, but he doesn't have enough damage, but able to flick out of harm's way once again. And this is the third turtle of the game.
Yeah. Oh, they keep going.
They keep going and going. Black Dragon form baited out quite early. Again, Defender right in the front. That's what this Terizla brings, right? Able to be the frontline presence, zone everyone away. And look at that, he's zoning Soda and Mike Sam at the same time. But here, he might be biting off more than he could chew. He's going to get down. Yes, he does. Shutdown. Finally going in towards the goal lane. That's his first kill. Sano picks it up. And now, again, Speedy with the Lycan Pounds, able to pick up another one. And now they will be able to get the turtle for free. It should be possible. But Maro, once again, just, you know, just trying to provide the zoning. I don't think he's gonna miss the retribution now.
Not when you got complete zone and control over that turtle pit. Retry. What a play.
Well, the way it's been going, right? I think it's so back and forth. None of these teams want to give it away, and I think it'll all come down to this Lord that will be there, and also the split push potential of coming in from Sano on this Moskov.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see try to push that mid, and then Roger was able to fall through with Speedy. But again, they're trying to get those early pickoffs onto the Angela, which I think are some of the key aspects that they're going to have to watch out for. Now, the gold lead was almost 1,000, but they've kind of gapped it, and their jungle seems to be moving faster than Bazo can handle.
Yeah, and the way it's been going, look at that. Maro right now, he gets spotted out, getting out of there. And once again, it all comes down to this Flicker Divine Judgment play. He's had 3 assists so far in the game, but 3 crucial ones that are coming in. So look at that, 4 of them in the River Bush. And gee, I think this might be I'm offended missing out from Boro. Soda wants to get in something, but there it is, the Flicker Divine Judgment on towards Baza, but the hard guard is there. Will they have enough damage? Soda with the big appraises Wrath, but not getting anyone. They get him down first, and Swan Song with the Black Dragon coming out. Able to flicker all of that, but that is a 3-man knock-up petrified, and I think that will be Boro, and that will be all she wrote for the rest of the team. Will it be? Look at that, Mike's up. The string gets caught, and that's another kill on towards Speedy. He's been scaling really well, 4-1-1, and I think they want to get this mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, that... but Speedy... Is he baiting him? He's looking like he was trying to get a little bit of a bait there. He hit the tower trying to pull him out, but they didn't bite. Again, now we see R8. They're trying to initiate that snowball effect. And I mean, you can already just see the amount of kills that were coming out. Dude, the Boxer didn't even need to get out of that swang song there, and it just goes to show that it is just he's a tanky boy with this Angela. I don't know if we got to see any items yet or to see if any anti-heal's been picked up, but I think once that's secured on the side of Twisted Minds, they could start winning some of these fights.
Yeah, now the Lord Dance Zamara already popped his conceal, and now they know where he is. Look at that Bowser trying to pick him off from the bush. Get that shield unity. I'm offended coming in a little too late. The taunt is there, but not doing anything. Cuffing the Swan Song. Mike Sama coming in with that big black dragon form. Bazo tanks a lot of damage, but there is the knockup with the Petrify. Once again, proving it right on time, and they pick up 3 for 1. Twisted Minds clearly coming out on top. Not able to get Angela and Ruby, but what are they going to do in front of these big heroes for the Lord? Kasano is just chunking it down, and this should be easy Lord for the side of Twisted Minds, G.
Yeah, I mean, and they're just gonna just run right in there, and then, oh man, that is crazy. That is insane. You gotta watch out for that. That is for sure. When it comes down to it, we're seeing that the Moskov playing a big role into this damage here, just piercing through a lot of them into the back line. Angela not able to do it. One of the things I gotta point out is the defender has to utilize that penalty zone every time to stop Cuffin. And if he doesn't have a fast enough reaction speed to get that, that is going to be a little bit of a problem. So you have to utilize one ultimate to be able to stop Cuffin is rough. Here, conceal play.
Oh, conceal play, Divine Judgment with the flicker, but their hard guard is enough. Baza going in, but the Swan Song is there. Is that enough to get the kill? And they will get the Kaja, they will get Baza as well. Here's the flicker penalty zone coming in, but Sano's able to dash out of harm's way, and Zoda might want to get a little bit more. Speedy is there. He's taking a lot of damage. Joki will be the fall. As look, and Mike Sama coming with the Black Dragon. Once again with the Petrify knockup with the combination, going in right on time. They get 3 for 1, and that's the Kaja for the rest of the team, and only Defender and Boro will they be able to defend. All 3 waves crashing in at the same time. The Lord is there. They're able to get the bot lane inhibitor, and now they want to go for more. Will we see an end that's possible? Look at the taunt coming in. Zoda, he's taking a little too much surge damage. He will fall, and now they want to back off because I think they were, you know, a little too much over there coming in from the side of Twisted Minds.
100%. It just comes down to that. You can just see sometimes you get a little overzealous, and I think there's even more going on the live. There's just, man, looks like Twisted Minds bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Again, sometimes you get that Lord and you win and you're like, yes, we finally did it, you know, into the mid game, and then they get that tunnel vision and then they forget about the macros, and again just fall right into that. We can already see the 2 gold laners are in the gold leaderboard. I feel like that's about reasonable to see, but Moskov kind of popping off right now. If I was the side of R8, I would be targeting Moskov as much as possible, watching out for Morrow, and just overall trying to get some well executed pickoffs, because we are seeing Twisted Mind actually get some decent pickoffs, and that just goes to show because they have the Kaja, that suppression, that set, they're able to utilize that.
Well, once again, you know, as much as they are able to utilize, they know when to back off. And that was when Maro doesn't have the flicker. And look at that. Just when he has the flicker, they want to pick a fight, right? He has his flicker up right now. And that's when Zoda realized, you know, that's the time to pick a team fight. And they've been on point when it comes to these engages. And now, for the first time, I think, throughout the game, they have 1,000 goal lead, G. And especially the fact that Mike Sama has been coming in on time with this Black Dragon form, with that big Petrify Furious Dive combo. That's been the story of the night so far.
100%. I mean, it just, we'll have to see what they do here on this Lord Pit. It's definitely going to be a wait and bait, that I would say. Well, yeah. Again, I think R8 can contest this, and they should contest this. They're going to need the Lord, but look at the great push play in the mid lane. They're going to push the mid lane, probably conceal play, but a conceal play by R8!
Oh, look at RA. They want to get something going, but at the same time, Twisted Mind's able to get out of there. The Lord has been reset, and Zoda has just been dancing around with this Lord so efficiently. Mike Sama gets caught a little bit. The taunt going on towards Boro, but there is Flicker, Divine Judgment, and the penalties on will it be going? You know, it does. The knockup from the Lord is a little too much. Swan Song being baited out quite early. Hard guard is there. Black Dragon form. Defender has to flicker out. Furious dive, trying to get someone. The Zoda with the taunt once again. Speedy, able to get out of there. He has to flicker. Look at that. 2 flickers baited out just for 1. And I think right now they both have to reset and make sure they can come back and live to see another day with this Lord dance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is good. Good Lord control. Pushing them to the max is what we want to see here. Let's see what they can possibly do here. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, defender. He might want to go in. He doesn't have the flicker, so they realize that. And
Oh
look at
my
Zoda and
god.
Bosco. He's getting melted by Sano with that big attack speed coming in with that damage from that Moskov. It's just a little too much for them to take. The tango has been going on for such a long time, and neither of these teams want to give up. But I think already they'll have to respond to the top lane push coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. But here is Black Dragon form once again to zone the rest of the team away, zoning 4 of them, and seemed like Mike Sama did the job, and Twisted Minds were able to get the Lord, and Maro wants to go in for a little bit more, but I think he realizes that they have the Lord and they have to back off, and right now they got to wait for Sano, and next thing you know, it's gonna be all Shiro for the side of RA Esports.
Exactly. I mean, they zoned it out, able to secure the Lord. They're going to have to mount up a defense of their life at this point. And it just goes to show that the Kaja is a little bit more practical in this. And like the Angela is good, but it does kind of fall off at this point. Again, it's just coming out to a well execution by Twisted Minds and RA just being pushed back against the wall. Though they do have 2 inhibitors, I think they can survive this Lord, but they're going to have to take a tactical approach on this next go.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's been going, all 3 lanes being pushed at the same time. The top lane inhibitor goes down, Sano picks it up, and now we want to see the mid lane as well. The Lord has to be defended. Defender, Speedy, and Joki all over there at the same time, but they're able to clear out the mid lane turret. So they're able to save it for a while, but for how long? And Mike Sama, he has the Black Dragon form. There it is, being popped right now. He's going in for the dive. Everyone's being taken quite low. He is low as well, and Zodo just wants to defend. He wants to go for more. But I think they're able to back off. They're happy with the 2 inhibitors they got. They want to reset and they want to drag this game out a little bit more. I think given the situation, how it's been going, they're all right with this because just that they can scale along with the rest of the team. Look at Moscow. He's already full build, G. He is full build.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the menace at this point. He's eating Bazo here. Zoda, 2 red trees coming out.
And look at that defender. He wants to go in again, but at the I'm offended Swan Song along with the approach drop, but he's on it. Nobody's catching Sano at the moment. He's been eating at the rest of the team, and look at that. He's been going all Shiro for the side of RN Esports. And defender is the last one standing, but he's being chased by Zoda. And right now, Twisted Mind just want to end the game. And look at that recall punch coming in. This is GG, well played from the side of Twisted Minds. But let's not forget, folks, it's a 3-game series, and the TP is going crazy over here.
That is crazy. They just let the minions end it instead. That is crazy. Goes to show that they're just absolute menaces at this point. GG's to Twisted Minds. That Odette pick with the Moskov. They might have wanted to ban that Moskov instead of the Minnow. Again, rolling it out. Crazy game. When you thought Twisted Minds were behind, they show you that they weren't and they come back. That's just the secure of those neutral objectives that you were stating earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the way it was going, right? Getting a retribution on point, getting the divine judgment at the right targets. Look at that again. Cuffin with the big AoE damage with that Swan Song of Mike Sama, the difference maker with that big Furious Dive Petrify combo, and coming in at the right time, zoning the right members away. Even though when he died, the rest of the team got what they needed. And look at that once again. Swan Song is there, Black Dragon form, the penalty zone, but still not enough because this Yu Zhang was on their tail and getting everything that they needed. Again, Petrify, Furious Dive on towards all 5 of them in that case. And now they just didn't know what to do after that happened, because again, I think after a while you see the Black Dragon. Look at that again. Black Dragon should be coming in from the side by the time everything goes on, and it's just the defender couldn't do a lot more because he was trying to go to the back line, but he could only do so much, and nobody was looking after Sano once Cuffin was caught in that big penalty zone. Again, Mike Sama with the perfect timing, the perfect engage, and I think he should be the MVP for this game so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just comes down to it. I mean, the team was just absolutely being a menace coming into the late game. They just dominated and they just couldn't do anything else. And you can already see kind of how the control was happening. Cuffin just having the most damage dealt on the team, even more, a little bit more than the Moskov. Just the combination of the Odette and the Moskov, they just couldn't handle it. Even though they had all that healing, they just couldn't handle all that burst.
think it all comes down to the fact that, you know, every time you pick a boxer, you end up on the losing side, don't you think so, G? The way
Yeah,
it's been
I'm
going
not.
so
I
far,
mean,
it,
that is
it is
very
what it is,
true.
though. It's unfortunate. It's just the fact that, you know, I think just before the draft, we spoke about how Boxer gets melted with the attack speed that comes in. And I think Moskov being the perfect counter in that case, it was just a little too much for him to handle for the side. And look at that. Sano picks up the MVP, not Mike Sama. I thought he would be the one because the way he's been going about that Yu Zhang was absolutely, you know, big shout outs and props to him. But here, Sano picking it up, he was a menace on his Moskov. And the way that he just waited for his power spike, didn't do any crazy plays, just waited for the time where his power spike needed to turn up. And then the next thing you know, the way they just won was just snowball. I mean, it wasn't complete snowball, but they were able to come back from the mid game and the rotation from it. Look at the heat. Look at his heat map. He's just all over the place. Mainly that top lane, getting that push in the early phase of the game, then making sure he's there to defend his mid lane turret, going to the bot side, making that push happen, getting the gold all around the map, and making sure he's keeping up and also getting past the Roger, which was on Speedy. And when it came down to the team fights, he was just melting Bazo on this box here, right? And the way it was melting is just absolutely insane. And I think after that, R8 Esports really needed to rethink their draft because Defender was doing amazing, but once again, it all came down to I think the draft was a little underwhelming, especially how Sano was able to scale and they weren't able to help Speedy when he needed it. So I think that being the difference maker for the side of Twisted Minds just goes to show R8 Esports need to get back to the drawing board, or else they'll be going home after this next game.
Yeah, and that's one of the win conditions I was stating, right? Is like you're gonna have to like capitalize on Speedy. You're gonna have to make sure that he is the one that scales. And I think what really countered it is that they try to counter with the Drizzla to be able to knock up the Odette, but the Odette, all it takes is like a millisecond for that ult to hit, and it hurts. It's immediate pain. And so like the time it takes to drop a penalty zone to knock her up and interrupt it is just not fast enough. So I think it was the combination. Twisted Minds had an overall ideal, and we'll have to see because we're about to run it back right here and see what they go.
Yeah, because I mean, you mentioned it right? The way that Odette has been there dancing around when everybody else is in pain, it just goes to show what a hero that is. And I think they might not be looking to ban it out, but at the same time, they want to find an answer apart from that Terizla on Defender. So once again, the bans, I think similar bans, taking out this Matilda, taking out the Masha. I'm not sure about taking out the Masha just because, you know, it's not something that it's something that you can counter. It's something that you can you know, pin down. It's something that you can absolutely dominate in the early phase of the game. So you want to make sure you have another ban on your hands, but it seems like they don't like the Masha for some reason. It could be that Speedy just doesn't like going against the Masha when about the mid to late game of the late phase of the game, and being taken that out, and they're sure are taking their time with the next ban. I think they're still thinking about how they would go about who they want to ban out, and maybe once again the Natan wouldn't be so bad option.
Yeah, I mean, Natan again probably gonna get out of there. They did ban the Angela just because the Angela is like one of those pesky people, and I think it might have been one of you know, the longevity factor that R8 was able to utilize and stay into the combat fast, because I mean they had such burst that they were trying to burst through all the heals, and she can't heal everybody at once, you know. So it just goes to show, ban the Angela. Bratz is still open, so might see that be banned or picked here. We'll have to see.
The R-Lot though. The R-Lot being taken off. I think once again it's a similar ban that they're similar ways that they're banning out the first game. But this Angela, once again, like you mentioned, the longevity of the team fights that goes with that big hard card is just a little too much to deal with. So they did have a problem with the first game on with that Angela, even though they did win that game. But they don't want to deal with it anymore, so taking it off completely. Again, the Barras, just like you mentioned, G, seems like you've been on point. The analyst coming in from the BTK manager himself. Shout outs to BDK for winning the NACT, right? They did an amazing job. But the last ban, what do you think it's gonna be, G?
I mean, we got a couple options here. I mean, right now, I would probably say the Fredrin could be a possibility. I mean, the Fredrin was definitely something that was a problem I wouldn't say it's probably a prio ban here. It did happen. Jesus. I mean,
I'm telling
I
you.
seen it. I seen it. I mean, if I was R8, like, I wouldn't want to first pick Fredrin.
He got the third eye. He's got that. He's from the future. He can see the future, ladies and gentlemen. G the Ico coming in, bringing that analyst. I think you should replace Wolf in the MPLPH and the M series. You know the way
I
it's
might
been
have more
going.
money than him, so watch out.
But at this point, they left the Harith open, and nobody wants to give away the Harith. He's an absolute monster on that gold lane. There is no possible way to keep up with him apart from the fact that you could pick a Roger, which is left open. So I think if I was already Esports, I'd be wanting to pick up the Roger in the first phase. Otherwise, you don't want to risk it getting banned out. And again, just cannot talk enough about this Harith. It's been going on since M1. He's been a broken hero for such a long time. Yes, they hit him with the nerf hammer quite a lot, and they give a little bit of a buff, and next thing you know, he's back up in the meta, like always. Throwback to M1 with how Aura used to play that with Evos in that Zaman Force thing. He's just so unstoppable, especially with that big shield chain that they made. But look at that, the Yu Zhong and the Lu Yi.
I was
Ooh,
actually
that's
forgetting
something.
about this.
The
I was like, the Lo Yi. The Lo Yi has actually been like one of the most banned heroes in the very first stage that we were watching yesterday. So seeing her get through, also the Harith, I kind of forgot about it as well. It just goes to show that these two are going to be a dominating force, but the one thing that we got to watch out for is the Lo Yi is, I would say, a decent counter to the Harith as long as you can catch him.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can catch him, right? That's the big question. He's going to be running that Purify as well. And I think this Louis might be sort of an answer just because you have the diversion. We're able to teleport around the map. And defender on this Yu Zhang, maybe he'll do as well and if not better than Mike Sama. So only time will tell about that factor. But again, they're going in for the Baksha, this time on the blue side, which is the Twisted Minds. So Zoda gonna be on the Baksha and Edith being pulled out once again, just to pull that, the I can move kind of meta that'll be coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. And this Edith is a good pickup. But again, I'm not so happy about looking at the Boxer, right? He's such a good hero. He's such a great hero. He's probably S tier jungler, but it's just unfortunate that he always ends up on the losing side. This not his fault, but this time R8 Esports go for the Martis. So they're finding answers. They're finding answers, but once again, the only time will tell how it works out. Look at that, they're banning out the Paquito, making sure that there's no sort of early rotation coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. And if I was Twisted Minds, maybe ban out, I was gonna say choke that gold laner spot and then take out the Natan and the Roger.
Yeah, and I mean, right now I think the Basha could be a good go against more of a fighter type like the Martis here. I mean, it could be there. It could be there. I mean, you'll be able to jump onto the back line, maybe hit a left or a right flank onto the Lo Yi to be able to get them as well. But as you said, if I'm not mistaken, Basha has like a 0% win rate at this point. Like it's not something I like to see Twisted Minds pick up. I mean, there's a lot of other great options. The utility tank is definitely there when it comes into the jungle aspect. So again, forgetting about that is rough. Boxia he offers utility, offers speed, but he can't stay in that lore pit. He can't dance. Like he's not that good of a dancer.
I mean, they had Odette in the previous game. That's why he lost out. But I don't know. Maybe this game he'll be winning that dance battle. So at the moment, the final ban from the side of R8 Esports is going to be that Khalid. They don't want it, this Yu Zhang. They don't want Defender to get dominated in the EXP lane. And he has been the key to victory so far in all their games about an MPL meta. And I think they just trying to play around that factor. But once again, choking that goal and taking away Claude that has, he's always been a great marksman in the meta. He can be utilizing Vengeance, Purify, Sprint Speed. He has a lot more that he can do and offer for the team when it comes to the macro rotations. But I think at this point, Speed is just pick up the Roger, right? He was doing great in the first game. They're just not able to support him enough. But I think now with this Lu Yi, with the diversion, it'll be a good pickup. And at the same time, you never know what's going to be the reply from the side of Twisted Minds.
That Khalid band's a little wild to me. I feel like that's very targeted.
I mean, so far in the MPL meta and in the Europe side of how competitive goes on, there's been a lot of Louis and Khalid's popping up often, right? Because Khalid has been he's a really good hero that can dominate in the EXP lane, and Louis as well. It's just been a comfort hero for everyone else, and I think that's why you're probably seeing a little change in the meta. But at the same time, it could be a target ban on towards Mike Sama. But look at that, Speedy picking up the Moskov this time himself. So Roger just not gonna be there. Nobody just wants the Roger.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting because I would say Roger's probably one of the counters to a Harith. So it's, I mean, picking up a Moskov, I can see it because we just seen what the Moskov could do to a Boxia. So if well fed and not fed upon, we could see that that it just plays a big factor in some of the team fights for R8. But Twisted Minds, they still got a lot. Oh my God, Morrow picking up a Kadita. This is crazy. I think this might be the first Kadita we've seen in ages.
Hey, the Kadita has been a pocket pick for such a long time, and Cuffin pulling it out of his bag of tricks from that Odette going in towards the Kadita. You never know what's going on, but look at that Boro picking up his signature, Gorok. So maybe it might work out, maybe it doesn't. You never know. You have that immune coming in from the power of nature when you're near the wall. So, I mean, this Kadita might be rendered useless, but at the same time, you never know how it goes out because they have the Harith on their side that's going against the Moskov. I'm juggling around to see which team will win. But what do you think, G? What are you gonna go for? R8 Esports or Twisted Minds?
I mean, I'm gonna just go for Twisted Minds at this point. I want to see the Boxia win at least one game. I'm gonna go for it. Let's see it. I mean, right now it does look like R8 has a little bit of an upper hand here, but we'll have to see if they can run it back and actually do it when we're going into game 2 here. R8 Esports versus Twisted Minds. Match point for Twisted Minds, though.
I mean, R8 Esports, the favorites of the tournament, I could say, like, coming up from so many people's opinions, might be going out from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket and now out from the tournament through the lower bracket. So they might not be going for that big North American crawl that we were talking about earlier. But at the moment here, you want to see, look at Boro. He just picks up that big Guardian's Barrier, slowing down everything coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. But again, it all comes down to this rotation from Boxia and this Martis, right? Boxia, we want to see him win at least one game. The damage.
Forcing them to use the mana, the flicker, and the dive in, the petrify!
Right. Oh, that is first blood going in towards the side of Twisted Minds. They get the upper hand quite early. And that was some good play, catching Jokey off guard. And look at that recall taunts again.
Yo, the bait. And utilizing the flicker within like the first 60 seconds, insane, and 2 getting a kill. Yo, just the synergy right there between Morrow and Cuffin. That was just absolutely nasty.
Yeah, nasty being the right word, right? And he's gonna get his petrify on time as well for this turtle, and they're just slowing down this mid lane wave just to make sure Cuffin will not be able to rotate faster. Because Cuffin, the threat of this Kadita is that if you can't see the Kadita, you just don't want to go into any of these bushes and you're not gonna rotate. So the turtle about to spawn in about the next 9 seconds, and so far R8 Esports are doing okay, but except for that first blood that they gave away.
Yeah, I mean, it is the mid lane. Though it be the low Yi is, I would say, the biggest problem. Not level 4 yet. Looks like a lot of people are picking up the, oh my god,
the wild charge. Was that a wild charge? No, that wasn't. That was just a knockup from Cuffin. And that's enough damage. Getting Jokey again. He's been the target so far. 2-0-2-0, and both the kills for Twisted Minds up by 1k in the gold lead. Look at Mike Sama zoning Bazo away, and Soda should be able to get that turtle for free unless Boro has something else to say about it. But here comes the Black Dragon from Defender. He's trying to zone Mike Sama away, but I think too little too late, because the Retribution, the turtle did go towards the side of Soda without using the Retribution. I think they want to go for an invade if possible here.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing definitely a brawl coming out here into the early stages. Got to give it up to Zoda. 2 kills already, so the Boxia is looking like they're getting fed. they don't want R8 to get the early game, right? That's where the Martis scales and exceeds. So if they're able to keep this early game lead and snowball, it will be a bad problem for R8. Again, we'll have to see what they can possibly do here. But I think right now, Twisted Minds is looking really good.
Yeah, they've been so far so good for the side of Twisted Minds. It's only a matter of time when the power spike of Sano starts showing on this Harriet, and now they need to find ways to get Speedy up to speed, right? They need to give him his they need to give him the rotation. They need to give him a little priority. They want to make sure that he has the gold when he does, because look at that, the gold lead coming in from the Sano has been quite a lot. It's about 500 gold lead against the side of Speedy, and just as we speak, they're going in towards the gold lane. Oh, Jokey again, he gets caught, but the flicker and the wild charge coming in a little too much, but will still fall. 3-0, and the 3 deaths happen from Jokey, but here the shield unity picks up the double kill for Soda, and it just gets another one in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Twisted Minds is snowballing. I'm not quite sure if the mental is low on R8, but my God, the Harith is just... Look how much damage he's doing to that gold plating. He's just eating it alive. It's just stacking the snowball effect already up ahead. Now, R8, I mean... Right now, they're just looking rough. They're falling into the hands of Twisted Minds. Cuffin's just being an absolute menace. Lo Yi is that late game hero. You can kind of see that Edith coming into play here, but the Zoda coming into the back line, utilizing that speed to get in there and kill Jockey at this point, and then secure a double kill onto Baro. And then now a turtle take.
Oh, look at that. The Rough Waves gets the kill on towards Bazo, but here comes Defender with the Black Dragon. Mike's on with the Bravest Fighter as well. There's the Furious Dive. Not enough damage. The Petrify was used as well, but will they get the kill on towards Defender? He's going in. He's able to survive for a long time, but he will fall, and Turtle goes on towards Zoda without using the Retribution once again, and now he's going in for stealing that cheeky blue buff. And they get the top lane turret as well, so everything going right for the side of Twisted Minds, and now about 5k goal lead in that economy. And I think if it keeps continuing like this, the snowball is just going to be a little too big for R8 Esports to come back from.
It's true. I mean, oh my God, the Petrify and the Rough Waves. Dude.
Sano with the Zaman Force. Oh my God, G, what are we watching? Are we watching the fall of R8 Esports? Because the way it's going down is just a domino effect, and they can't keep up if the pressure is like this coming in from Twisted Minds. We might be looking at, you know, slowly and steadily Twisted Minds becoming the favorites for the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how this Kadita is playing in an effect, right? Like, the Lo Yi can't really do anything, because like she's able to just dive into the Rough Waves under the water and then just obliterate them. And then also Mara with this knock-up on the Edith. Again, R8 is just not able to initiate a snowball effect that they needed to utilize this Martis. So again, the Basha is definitely going to excel at the neutral objective. So we'll have to see. A almost 6k gold lead is a detriment for R8. Can they recoup is the good question. They're going to go in on for Jockey again.
Oh my God, Jockey just got in card again. Rough Waves with the Petrified. The kill goes on towards the side of a Cuffin, but look at that, they respawn. Tomorrow's the first one to fall, thanks to that Decimate coming in from Bazo as well. Defender going to the Petrified Furious Dive, able to get a little bit of damage, but Mike Sama is just so tanky, and the Bravest Fighter is able to stand guard. And now look at that. It comes down to the fact that even if Boro pulls off a big set, do they have the damage to capitalize? But now look at Zoda just trying to zone them away to get that mid lane tier 1 turret. But I think they're doing a good job from Boro to keep it alive. But again, there it is, the Spear of Destruction. Will they follow up? Defender trying to get a kill. He does get the shutdown on towards Cuff, and finally that Kadita was on a steamroll trying to give every kill that was possible, and I think they finally got that answer that they needed.
Yeah, it 100% was. I mean, just taking them down. The Turtles now falling. Again, we see R8. They're pushed back against the wall. They're trying to grasp at any straw that they possibly can. I think, again, they're just going to have to try to take it into the late game. One of the best things that I am seeing from the side of R8 is that Speedy really hasn't been getting caught, which is a good thing. Now, Jockey, on the other hand, is going to have to stay pretty far back. And again, this just goes to show that the Grok's isn't able to be that aggressive front line that a low Yi does need. So let's see if they can run it back, I think, into the late game. We're going to pause, though.
Yeah, they got a pause that came in, and I think right now we want to see how R8 Esports are able to pull off that comeback, right? And I think one of the factors that you mentioned was Speedy wasn't getting caught so often, but at the same time, they also have that big diversion, right? That big play that is possible with that teleport from that Lu Yi can be the difference maker, but again, they need that damage. They need someone to be able to, so every time they pick up a team fight, if they're able to chain CC the opponent, getting, the wild charge, the furious dive, petrify, all that at the same time, and if Moscow's able to pull something off, I think it can be possible. That again, it's a long shot coming from the side of R8 Esports, but it is possible. It's not like it's impossible. It just, we just have to wait for the right time and find the right opportunity to do so, and maybe catch somebody off guard. And I think Jockey would seriously want his revenge at this point for how hard he was targeted by the side of Twisted Minds.
It is true. It is true. I mean, he's just been the sole objective of Twisted Minds. And if they're able to get that, then keep that low Yi at bay. They're not scared of it. They didn't ban it out, and that just goes to show that again, I said it earlier, the Boxia is going to be that speed that they need to get in. And then I didn't even suspect the Kadita being such a crucial part of being able to just go right through the team, key target something, rough wave them, and take them out. And we've seen that multiple times. We've seen it in the first 60 seconds of the match, being able to secure a kill and just going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say, the disadvantages of picking up Lu Yi is that she's so immobile, right? In the early phase of the game, you have that flicker. Apart from that, you have nothing else. And then they used the petrify in the right time and just caught that Lu Yi off guard. And I think Jokey is just thinking to himself, he's probably frustrated a little bit against the rest of his team. So they have to be looking how they will respond. But once again here, Defender, Black Dragon form to get away as we get straight away into the game once again, folks. And Twisted Minds, once again, dominant side. They're controlling the map, and R8 Esports need to find an answer.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to.
Look at Cuffin.
He's just ready. I mean, he's hitting them with the emotes. Just the good old fashioned tease when we're seeing him here. And I got to give it up. They haven't lost this mid tower, though.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we want to see how it goes about. Zaman Force being dropped, the Bravest Fighter coming as well. I think Boro used the Wild Charge just to get out of harm's way, but Soda here getting melted by the Speedy on this Moskov, and seems like he is between the wall, not really between a rock and a hard place. He's able to get out of there, but right now, this is the teleport I was talking about. Jokey, will he get someone? They're going in for the Harris. Look at that. But they didn't catch him. The concealed play coming out from Boro. The Guardians bury it, but they do get the kill onto Harris finally. And now Zoda and Maro trying to respond. At the same time, Boro is going in for a little bit of a defensive play, but Defender with the Black Dragon form, will they get something off of this? They just want to back off because here comes the Lord, and I think they need to be able to fight this Lord, but Sana will be back on time. But all goes to show, how will they, that was the play that I was talking about. That's what they needed to do, and they did that perfectly. Caught the right target as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the comeback that can happen. That diversion is huge. The first Lord could be the saving grace for R8 to get some breathing room here. Again, the Moskov, a late game hero, the Lo Yi, a late game hero, and kind of already succeeding. Though 5 deaths, got 2 kills. Jockey's kind of coming back. Look at that pressure that they're able to apply. Can they take this Lord, though?
Look at that Lord, about 22,000 HP. They want to reset because they don't know where Mike Sama was. He just respawned, however, and now I don't think they probably want to get that mid lane tier 1 turret if I were them, just because they can apply a little bit more pressure on the map. And, Twisted Minds don't have a way to get back. Look at that. There comes the teleport once again. They're trying to get someone off guard. There's a waiting, but they did realize nobody's there, and they're all about to recall back into the base. Just to show that they're not around the map. That's the mind games that comes in with this big diversion from Jokey. So, it's just so scary when you have a Louis in the late game, and like you mentioned, this Moscow a late game hero as well.
Yeah, you can already see that he's trying to initiate that split push. Lapu, though, Mike able to probably go apply that with no problem and take care of that lane in the top. But again, Moskov could possibly ult and spear into the Lord here. We'll have to see. Morrow in trouble after utilize the flicker to get out.
Yeah, so now they know Morrow and Mike Sama both don't have their flicker, and look at that, there's the big diversion play coming in once again, but they spot out Boro. I thought he was able to hide himself in that brush, but here comes the conceal coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. They want to go for more. The Petrify will be see that come out. No, Coffin will fall. Jokey goes down as well. The Zaman Force is doing a little too much damage coming in from this Harith. He will fall as well. Defender able to pick up that kill. That's a 3 for 2 trade right now. Here comes Mike Sama. Shaker, he gets the kill, and look at Boro has to back out, and so does Bazo right now. And I think this is what this Lapu Lapu brings to the table. But that was a good fight coming in from both sides. But both junglers able to stay alive for the Lord. That's the big question, right, G? The Lord is still up. But look at that teamfight replay, G.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. Again, once you thought Zoda was all alone, you just see Mike coming out of nowhere, the bravest fighter into the back line. The damage is too much. Defender not able to defend that.
Hey, a little play of words right there, folks. That's the GDI, the manager of BTK. Let's not forget. Hey, gotta shout out that whenever possible, right? But now let's take a look. And Morrow over there trying to provide a little bit of zone for his team, and I think that was the perfect time for RA to pick the fight because they baited out the flickers coming in from both, and now the Spear of Destruction. They're trying to get someone. Morrow taking off a little too low. Defender with that Black Dragon right now. They're going for more. Morrow with the Primal Red. Zaman Force is dropped as well. They take him down. Defender the first to fall, and right now Bazo with the Mortal Coil trying to zone everyone away. Jokey concealed trying to get out of there. Zoda, he's pinned to the wall. Moskov doesn't want any of that beef, wants to get out of there just because the team, they don't have defender at this point. Look at that. Once again, diversion play. Are they going to catch somebody? Are they going to catch somebody, G?
Yeah, I mean, they want to. I think they can. But who? I mean, they could possibly get the Harith. The Harith does have Purified, though, so might not be able to lock him down. The Lord.
He's going for it.
But we got the Lord!
Was able to steal it, but here Harith will go down, and the Spear is able to pick up the kill, but it goes to Razo with that Decimate coming out, and Speedy being that big bait and able to bait out that Mikey to make sure that they don't get the Lord, and that was such a play. Bazo with the clutch retribution. Will they be able to get the tier 2 as well? Look at Cuffin taking so low. He has the passive, but Zoda, he might get pinned to the wall. Yes, he does. Mortal Coil, but he's able to get out of there with a shield. Unity, but Bazo here, coverage around place. He will get the kill on towards the Cuffin, and now they're marching straight to the base. That's the inhibitor that they got. Speedy wants to go for the base immediately. Look at that attack speed coming in, but here's the Brothers fighter, but the wild charge. My final defender comes to the Black Dragon, and look at that Zaman Force. They're able to defend him. Oh my God, G, what's going on? The Lord is still coming through.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show the little bit of a tunnel vision that they had. Moskov Speedy trying to attack the base without the minions, took a couple shots and was just really, really low. That is something you don't want to see happen. Again, Twisted Minds is going to have to really watch out for these diversion plays. I think it's going to come down to that we need to see Morrow checking bushes, staying alive, watching out for this Moskov, because it is being an absolute menace. I'm so surprised that this Harith isn't able to stay into the battle long enough, but that just goes to show that the CC that the Moskov brings in alongside the Grok, the later this game gets, the more R8 is going to get more powerful. If they're able to get a pick maybe on Bazo, I feel like it's going to be the biggest thing here.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good for both teams, but oh my God, this diversity is just so scary. Every time I see it, I got a lump in my throat to think about how this is gonna go, and now you don't know what. Look at Mike, he knows somebody's there, but he doesn't want to go for it. And Jokey, he has been so dangerous, especially after that early game target that he had on his back, and now he's just gonna show, hey, this is late game, this is my territory, and now this is where I shine. And he is shining bright like a star with his big diversion plays. And let's not forget, once again going for it, but trying to get someone. Oh my, he is so scary, G. And that was just in the span of about 30 seconds.
I'm telling you, this is like instant transmission for the whole team. They're just literally, you don't know where they're gonna be. The cooldown on it is just immaculate at this point. Though I don't feel like Jockey should be showing themselves, because you can kind of tell that now they're all into the right side. And I think Twisted Minds have learned that they're gonna, I mean, play it out here. If they're able to catch a diversion location, then it could be big, but they're gonna go to the opposite side of the Lord, maybe push that mid in, and then a conceal play into the Lord quick and fast.
Yeah, look at that diversion once again. They're trying to catch someone, just a little bit of vision, but they realize nobody's there. And again, Mike, Zoda, and Asano, the big ones that they need to deal the damage. And Cuffin is just scared at this point, doesn't want to go out, realize he's gonna be the target for the side of R8 Esports. Oh, and Zoda just picks up both of them just for free. But here comes the conceal play you were talking about. They get the Petrify. The rough waves being used as well. But here comes the wild charge on towards Maro along with that big primal rat. But Zoda able to get the kill. He's godlike and gets speedy. But here it is. The Retribution Defender comes in, trying to make sure he gets something. The flicker play, but able to get out there with that Furious Dive. They get the target. And now Twisted Minds immediately focus on the Lord. But there have the minions marching down the mid lane. Will Louis be able to capitalize?
Yeah, I mean, we can see that the Grok almost able to reset the Lord there, which is what his wall really excels at. So if they can keep that at bay, we could see maybe a Lord reset here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. There's the Lord reset! Wow!
Oh, nice clutch from Bora, right? He got us dry in our throats. We're trying to do as much as we can. This game is so exciting, and this is just the first series of the day, G. Think about that. Oh.
What in the world? Ow, like, you gotta understand that the Grok can do that, so you gotta position the Lord a little bit better. I mean, just one wall to be able to reset that Lord is crazy. Diversion play coming in. Moskov,
the only
the
one,
back
though.
door.
Oh, it's just one minion, though. He's just waiting it out there. They know they can reset the Lord. They just need to clear that one minion. He does have the spear to join the rest of the team once again. And look at that, Boro just trying to reset the Lord of the Guardian's Barrier. 20,000 HP right now, the Lord. Will they be able to reset? Who will get the Lord? We saw Basil pick it up the last time, 15,000 G. They want to go for more, but there's the play coming in from Maro's Spear of Destruction. Yin Yang reaction, and we see the damage come out, and that is two falling for nothing. But Basil gets on against the Lord. They go for more shutdown on towards Zoda. Cuffin and Sound, the only ones to stand. Look at that. They go for the diversion play. Cuffin is so low, and Basil wants to go for more. He has the kill, and they get the full 5-man wipeout. R8 Esports, they're probably the ones who want to recall right now, but they do make a comeback, and they're able to live to see another game. Will we see them dominate game number 3? That was absolutely insane, G.
Are they ever gonna learn that the Bashia is not what you want to do here? And man, what a game.
That was absolutely insane, right? And you're right. I think we both want to see Basha win a game. Like, as some way, somehow, if some team surrenders, if that's even possible, we want to see Basha pick up a win at this point. But it's not like he did anything wrong. He's been 7-1-5, and the only death that came in is in the last one. That's where we started losing, and look at the replay. It's been all hell for the side of R8 Esports early in the mid game, and somehow in that late game with that one diversion play that we saw from Joki changed the face of the game entirely. And again, Boros making sure he saves the team by delaying that Lord. Look at Jockey just getting targeted in the early phase of the game. That's 5 minutes 30 seconds in. Jesus. And look, once again, Joki 6 minutes 30 seconds in, and I think about the 8-minute mark, that's when he started shining. But the Black Dragon Defender did his job, Boro did his job, and it all came down to how Speedy was able to pick up the kills with his Moskov and that damage. Look at that, 11 minutes 30 seconds of the game, and Jockey was doing a ton of damage, and they had no answer. But this is where your favorite part comes, doesn't it, G? Mike goes into the bronze fighter.
Yeah, I mean, he did it, but to be honest, it just wasn't enough for the team, right? Again, when it came down to these Lord fights, you can already see that the Lo Yi played a major factor into it, and as well as Baro, just an absolute clutch of a Lord reset, kept them in the game, and then allowed them to secure the deal. It just goes to show one play can make it or break it for a team.
Yeah, I mean, and that play was incredible coming in from Boro as well. Look at that, he just took about 100,000 damage, and that I mean, just goes to show how well they did. The gold per minute going on towards Speedy, and Sano taking the most damage dealt so far, and Soda just absorbing the damage and like he should with that Baksha, but unfortunately not coming out on top in this game. And Boro 15 assists, the selfless person for the rest of the game, and total heal just about 100,000 damage. And Speedy picks up the MVP once again. It was the goal laner in the previous game, the goal laner again. Now we see which goal laner comes out on top in game number 3. Will it be R8 Esports or Twisted Minds, G?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess whoever doesn't pick the Baksha.
I mean, at this point, that's what it comes down to, right? Like, we want to see someone. Is it just a Baksha, or is it? I mean, at this point, you would say the teams are not doing anything bad, because like if there's only one team that keeps getting the loss with that hero unit, you might want to think, because that team is probably not playing the best way. If it keeps happening on a continuous, no, it happens here. It probably happened to the NACT as well. It happened to the MPLs all around the world. Whoever picks up the Basha unfortunately ends up on the losing side, not just because they did something wrong. It's just I think it's just the kit that comes with the hero in general. Yes, you have a lot of utility with the anti-heal. You have faster rotations. You have some slows coming in. But I think overall, when it comes to this particular meta, he's not a bad jungler. But against some of the meta junglers that are there and some of the meta heroes that he goes up against, it's just too much for him to deal with. And I think that's just the difference that between the Baksha and maybe a Fredrin at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I thought with the Martis being picked up that their late game would be a little lacking, but I mean, he stayed out of combat. He stayed far enough away, utilizing that diversion as much as possible, and then being able to just dive in when needed, as well as the Lo Yi coming in clutch into the late game, Speedy on the Moskov coming in clutch on the late game. Again, I think Twisted Minds needed to end that game as fast as they possibly could, but they just couldn't. And I mean, R8 coming out on top. Now it's 50-50. We don't know what's going to happen.
I'll tell you, just nobody picked the Basha. That's it, and then you probably pick up the victory. Just don't pick up the Basha. Just ban it out. Whoever wants to ban it out, just ban it out. Don't pick up the Basha. That's probably gonna be the victory. Right? Like G said, I'm just repeating what he said. He's been going on with the great analysis coming in, and next thing you know, he's probably gonna predict the whole draft for the third game. But it goes to show R8 Esports, because could this be the bounce back that they were looking for? Because I've mentioned this multiple times, G, and I think Ryan as well, and I think everyone else watching MPL MENA, they would know that R8 Esports, one of the top teams. They have Defender, they have Boro. The way that they've been playing is absolutely insane. And even Joki, I believe, he's been doing well since in MPL Turkey, if I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, do please correct me. But I think it just goes to show how well they've been doing, how well they're known. They have big names. It's a big organization. It's a big team. It just, will they be able to make that big comeback that we want to see, and maybe pull that all-out crawl from the lower brackets?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, we've seen that the first game was a little rough. We've seen that the second game they were able to come back a little bit harder, a little bit crazier, even though I suspected that their late game was going to be a little rough. I mean, they were like 8,000 gold behind, and then just flick of a switch, the Lo Yi came online, the Moskov came online, and I just think it was attributed to that they were putting so much pressure onto the Lo Yi that they forgot about the Moskov. And I mean, to be honest, it's called the carry for a reason. And when it came into the late game, it was easily able to carry the game. The Lo Yi, I mean, she's not really relying on gold. She picks up a couple items, and she's going to be a menace to deal with. Moskov really relying on being able to farm up and keep alive and keep the gold going. And I mean, he was able to do it. I mean, it was kind of just like a Trojan horse right there. They were just going for the Lo Yi, but at the end of the day, they just rolled the horse up, and it was Moskov.
I mean, it came down to how he utilized the map as well, or the map pressure coming in from the side of our esports, that teleport that we always, every time he teleported, Jokey teleported, it was so scary. He had a lump in our throats, like, oh my god, we're gonna choke with the way that he's been teleporting all around the map. It's so scary. And at one point, even the Lapu Lapu didn't want to go and check the bushes, especially
Exactly.
after, like you said, when Speedy started farming up and he waited for the power spike, he realized that if he doesn't get caught, his team still has a chance, and he just needed one chance and one opportunity to seize everything he ever wanted, and he
Yeah.
captured it.
He did. He did. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. I couldn't like the divergent play came into clutch, and then Borrow with the wall. I mean, at this point, you don't want to see Grox in the game, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of these highlights here. It was just man, it was just amazing. Overall, great gameplay from both sides. Twisted Minds controlling that early game like no tomorrow with the Kadita, but when it came into the late game is where R8 expanded and contrasted and just controlled the match. It was absolutely crazy, and I just couldn't believe it. I was like standing there and I was like, oh, Twisted Minds got this in the bag. I mean, they were just steamrolling them. I thought the mental on R8 was broken, but it goes to show that they just, again, look at the switch, man.
I mean, it was all about that experience factor, right? This is where experience comes to play. This is where the legends of the game step up. This is where the most experienced players step up and say, "Hey guys, I've been through the situation before. We can always make a comeback. Just when our backs are against the wall, that's the time when we have nothing to fear and we have an open all-out attack." And that's what they did. They waited for their opportunity and they struck. And now, within 3 seconds, we're gonna be going into the draft phase of game number 3. And game number 3 is going to be really spicy because I think, folks, it's R8 on the blue side, Twisted Minds on the red. And you never know which way it's going to go. But I think the first few bands already decided the Masha, the Matilda, probably. But they take out the Basha. Finally, G. That finally someone does want to see the Basha. I'm happy.
Just ban it. Just ban it. I mean, to be honest, you could see that it had a lot of that early game control, I guess, especially against the Mortis. So, seeing it banned, I mean, now we don't know which team's gonna win because I mean, the team that normally picks it loses. So we'll have to see how it's rolled out here. The Matilda also being on the ban list. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds don't ban that low E this time around. Arlot coming through. Fredrin's still open. Angela's still open. Bratz is still open. We have a lot of normal first bans still being left open. If we see the Bratz being left open, I would not. I mean, R8's definitely going to pick that up. Then the Nathan getting banned as well. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, now that they banned out this Basha, right? We have one more hero that's open, and we've seen this Masha being left open. We've seen Fredrin
Yep.
being left open right now. Hereth is available. Minotaur is available. There's even the Diggy if you needed. The Angela is available as well. So a lot of heroes being left open just because you banned out this Basha, and I think now it comes down to not the fact that who you want to pick first, but which two are you going to give away to the side of Twisted Minds? Because yes, you get the first pick, but you're giving away two of those early power picks on the side of Twisted Minds. And I also think the fact that this Yu Zhang has been such a game changer for both the teams, it just comes down to the fact that I think they might want to prioritize the EXP laners. And Defender and Mike Sama have been the difference maker for the first few games so far. Maybe coming down clutch on the third game. But look at that, they take out the Angela. And I think it's supposed to be a Fredrin band, don't you think so? But the Hereth is just too strong to leave open, isn't it?
Bratz is open though too. I mean, there's
Ooh,
Hereth,
yeah.
Bratz, like Fredrin. I don't think they're gonna ban the Fredrin, but I mean, either or is gonna be a good jungle pickup here, and I mean that's why they're literally thinking it out here. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be the Bratz. I mean, they could first pick the low Yi, just run it back. I mean, we've seen how much of a problem it was, but they're gonna go with the Fredrin instead. I can understand it. I mean, it's solid from Twisted Minds. I mean, if they have a good low Yi player, they could pick up a low Yi and a Hereth and just be an absolute menace there. But let's see what type of combo they mop up. They've been first picking the Yu Zhong a lot recently, so I mean, you could possibly be seeing that come in instead of a Lapu Lapu this time around.
I think it's just. I think they might just go for the Yuzhong Harriet right now, just to deny defender of his Yuzhong.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you never know which route they're gonna go. Like you said, they might pick up the Louis as well if Cuffin can pull out of that from his bag of tricks. But we've
There's
seen
the
him do
hair.
really
Use
well on say Harriet Yuzhong. There we go.
Yeah.
I took that power from you this game. I
I
borrowed it just
see.
for
I
this game.
see. I mean, the Yuzong's been picked up like no tomorrow, but I mean, RA could just run it back again. Maybe not utilize the low Yi this time around, but I mean, there's so many different mages available. I mean, they could go Valentina, they could go Vexana, they could go low Yi. I don't think they really need to worry about their mage at this point because there's just tons of options. They could opt to go the Moskov. I mean, the Moskov's definitely been winning games. So we'll see. The Harith hasn't been too much winning games. There's the Grok as well. I was actually gonna say, like, if we get into the second banning phase and that Grok is not banned, it's gonna be a problem.
I
Borrow is
mean,
just a menace.
yeah, I mean, in the first game, they did ban out the Grok in the second phase, right? Just because it's a respect ban. Once again, Boro, known for his Grok, he picked it up the second game. Absolute clutch with that Guardian's Barrier, clutch with that big wild charge. And he's been providing so much vision, zoning the rest of the team members away just to provide a little bit of space for Speedy on this Moskov. And as you should, because
Nice.
Moskov has such close range. But now, once again, they pick up the Akai. And we haven't seen Akai for quite a while. We did see it a little bit yesterday, and I think it's a good pickup, especially against the Fredrin when it comes to these lore dances. The heavy spin is just too much for them to deal with. So it might come down to that, but at the same time, I think they could have waited a little bit longer on that, I feel.
Yeah. We'll see what they pick here. I mean, the Kai is definitely a good counter to the Fredrin. If well executed, they'll be able to secure turtles and lords with utilizing that heavy spin to lock down defend, or well, not defender, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. They'll be able to lock them down, and I think that'd be the best thing. But again, I mean, I'm kind of thinking about it right now. The Fredrin could be a flex pick as well. I mean, they could flex it into the EXP to not even have to deal with that if they opt to go for Martis. Once again, the Martis would be able to nullify that heavy spin. So, I mean, there could be a couple options here. That's how the flexibility of these heroes are, though.
Yeah, and that's the power of this Fredrin, right? He's such a versatile hero. And some would say even play him in the Rome position, but I think that's going a little too far-fetched for those of you who are watching out there. But it goes to show that he is possible in the EXP lane. He is a really great jungler as well. And now banning out the Minotaur coming from R8 Esports, realizing that they don't want that big flicker trampoline effect, I like to call, just bouncing up and down with that Minoan Fury and the Despair Stomp that comes in with his kit. So not going to see that. And look at that. Twisted Minds don't want to deal with that Louis. That Louis was dangerous in the first game, and they said they want to breathe, that they don't want any hard attacks this game. Taking out the Louis completely away in this Land of Dawn for this third final game of this series between R8 Esports and Twisted Minds. And I think this last ban, possibly another. I think this is going to be a roam band, right? Maybe take out the Edith. It was a little bit of a problem, but you still have a lot more picks in the roam position. Even possibly the Diggy, maybe the Florin as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities that could come through here. We haven't seen too many Florins pop off. Right now, we do have a tanky front line for R8, so maybe just safe ban the. Oh, they went the Kaja. I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, go for it. I mean, the Minnow is already banned. Kaja, you don't want to have to deal with that. The Valentina finally being picked up, which I'm not. I mean, she'll be able to steal Grok's ultimate, but the utility, I guess she'll be able to get in there and fear the Moskov. So a little bit of utility in CC, but again, right now, we're going to have to see that the Harith is going to have to come online, right? I feel like they're going to have to solely rely on the Harith's damage at this point. But Valentina she packs a punch too.
Yeah, Valentina does pack a punch, and you're able to steal the ultimates as well. So it's a little bit of an insurance policy when it comes to picking it up right now, because I think R8 Esports were trying to go for that Faramis route in the mid lane, but they pick up that Edith and go for that Novaria. The CC is just too much. The hitbox expansion, I think, is just too much for them to deal with. Oh my God. Wow.
What? Yo, no way.
Hey, you heard it
No
first.
way.
It happened first year, ladies and gentlemen. Snapdragon Pro Series of MPL,
Wow.
Meta, and MEC and EU. The teams going against each other. R8 Esports, Twisted Minds, best of three, game number 3. GD Ico, myself, Kronos up on stage at the caster's desk. And we have Troll going in with this Hellcurt. What a name. They made a substitution as well.
Oh, yo, what in the world? A Hellcurt. I feel like that's going to be on our radar when it comes into this next game. I've heard Hellcurt's roam, but we'll have to see what they pull out. I mean, could we see the Hellcurt roam, or are we going to see it in the jungle? I feel like is going to be the biggest thing. I think we're going to see a Hellcurt roam.
Yeah, I think Hellcurt Rome is the most viable option because I've seen it happen in other MPL as well. Going with the execute as well, that's the right spell. Just because you have the Terrify right now, and look at that Troll the carry picking it up just when they need someone to come and step up to the plate. You got Troll the carry, and next thing you know, he's just gonna be a menace in the land of Dawn because the new passive that comes in along with the Dark Knight Falls right now is gonna be too much for them to deal with. And look at that, he's just camping up in the goal lane, just giving so much pressure and giving space to Sano.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be crazy, right? I mean, the Hellcurt's just going to be an absolute menace. Anybody that is low is going to be executed. He is, to be honest, he is speed. And in anything, he is just there. And the damage that he's able to apply, the vision. I actually love playing Hellcurt in ranked. And it's actually pretty awesome to finally get to see him get a little bit of the spotlight here.
Yeah, I mean, he is a big menace, especially with the new transformation, with the revamp that he got, right? I love playing him in rank too. I can't, just to be honest. Look at that. He's just going and trying to steal stuff away, and now he's just invisible, has that movement speed. Like you said, he is speed himself. And right now, he's just gonna keep camping this gold lane and being a menace. And now, look, he's just so fast. If you don't look at him, if you don't find him, he's just gonna be trouble.
I mean, he's like a dog, man. He's got the dog in him. He just flies around, and I love to see it. He's sniffing out his prey, the next one to be terrified. And then also, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of people have to understand that when the darkness falls, he's able to block the HP bar of the Lord and the Turtles. So the jungle to try to hit retries when the darkness falls is going to be really, really tough. And if that is something that Twisted Minds is thinking about doing right now, I feel like it could be a clutch play for them.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to how they utilize the Lord Dance, especially when they have this Akai as well. And now look at the Turtle going into the hands of R8 Esports. Bazo able to pick it up. And that's not where the Hellcurt shine. It just shines somewhere in the mid to the late game. If they're able to buy him enough time, this Novaria Joki is going to be the target once again. So he just needs a little bit of more time.
Yeah, they just see it run through. We'll have to see what they possibly can get done here. And this cameraman is just, the action shots are insane, man. Like every second I'm like looking around, the camera angle is at a different angle. He's like, he's making my head spin, you know?
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how the Hellcurt plays out. I mean, the Novaria is probably going to be the main target here, but look at the damage that they're able to apply. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, the Kai, great counter to the Fredrin. The Hellcurt is going to probably be a backline menace, be able to probably burst down and kill the Moskov whenever needed as well. But look at the flicker in.
Oh, and he's able to get out of the Black Dragon form. They're able to bait out so many spells, but I think Mike Sama probably came out on top there, right? He just baited out the Flicker, which has about 120-second cooldown. Not going to have the Flicker for this next Turtle fight, but the Black Dragon form will be available. And once again, they're applying the pressure on this gold lane. They don't want to give Sano any farm. And like we mentioned earlier in the draft, G, you know, he needs to find the damage. He needs to find that power spike early, and he needs to be able to apply the pressure for able to carry his team. But you know, they have Troll to carry, so what do you got to worry about there?
It is true. It is true. I mean, does he live up to his name, Troll the carry, or not? We'll have
Well,
to
he is
see.
trolling a little bit. He is trolling a little bit with this Hellcurt. Look at that. They're not able to find him. He's such a dangerous person right now. And Jokey here might get caught once again, but here they're going in early for the goal lane. Sano doesn't realize the defender and Boro's right there to get a pin on the wall, but defender misses out on that dash. That gives it a little bit of a knock-up. And now they need to go back. Sano actually purified. That's why he's able to get out of there. And now they got the turtle once again. Coffin here. He's trying to do a little bit of damage on towards defender, who's trying to buy some space for his team, but Boro with the wild charge, but Soda goes in for the heavy spin, and look at that. Troll the carry gets knocked out even after the Dark Knight falls. The turtle is reset, but here Bazo is being danced around by Sano. He picks up a double kill, and that's 3 for 1, and they will be able to get the turtle as well quite easily. And clearly the damage board on towards the side of Sano, 12,000 damage so far in the game, so he has to scale up, and it's going well for the side of Team Twisted Minds, G.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is what the Hellcurt excels at, right? It's just once the darkness falls, you just you kind of panic a little bit. Oh God, Speedy!
Oh, the panic button is real over there. They probably have the panic emote going out right now. But you know, Troll the carry, like you mentioned, that Dark Knight falls when he's there. When it's there, everyone just panics because you don't see anything when the lights are turned off. And you probably will get scared.
Yeah, it is very, very true, right? And I mean, we can see him being a menace, able to pick off some of those squishier heroes pretty easy. Mike having a hard time against Defender. Again, the Edith and the EXP is a little bit of a rough play, but again, 1 and 4. We always see Twisted Minds control the early game, but they start losing into the late game, and Speedy is there to secure them that late game. Not only that, Darkness falls for a little bit of a reposition.
Look at
Doesn't
that.
opt to go in.
Everybody just backs out, right? And now once again, Mike here. I think it comes down to how these EXP laners are able to make space for their team. That's what it's gonna really come down to. Because Mike Sama has been doing really well on this Yuzhong in the first game with the Black Dragon form right on time as well. But Defender, with the experience that he has to show, with all the knowledge of the game that he has been going around for such a long time, he's played in so many M series. Will we see the difference? But once again, Cuffin, but here comes the heavy spin onward Soda. But he catches Bazo though, thanks to Grok's own wall. But will they get the damage going? And look at that Dark Knight. He doesn't want to go, but here comes the wild charge. And they're able to get the damage, but Troll the carry picks up the kill on towards Bazo right there. So, I mean, it works. Hellcurt works.
Oof. Damage. I mean, just being able to get into the back line, the execute, not only also to kill some of those people that can get away. I mean, again, I think the early to mid game, the Hellcurt's going to shine really well. So they really need to end this game as quick as possible, right? But we'll have to see. I mean, I kind of like the ideal of the roam here, because I mean, your two targets are going to be the two hardest people to get to, which is going to be that Moskov and the Navaria. And if you're able to just keep constantly getting to them, applying pressure, keeping them at bay, the Navaria is not going to be able to get assists. She's not going to be able to, you know, reveal the team. And it's kind of like a little bit of a counterplay to the Navaria, right? She reveals the team. Hellcurt hides the team. So I mean, it's a double-bladed sword. Let's see which one wins, though.
I mean, it is what it is at this point. But I think, and I just have a feeling, G, that, you know, they made the substitution just to play this composition. Now, why do I feel like Troll the Carry has been brought on as a sub for this game just to pick up the Hellcurt roam? I feel like that's what it is, and that's gonna be the difference maker here. Because you can see Jokey is just not able to do anything. He's just being so scared, so, you know, just on guard the whole time to make sure he doesn't get caught out. But here, once again, they might find something. Troll the carry hiding in that brush, not being revealed as well. Jokey, here he goes, but that's the Terrify and the Deadly Stinger is getting half HP, so you know he's gonna scale really well in the late game. But Sano here caught, he uses the Purify as well, but here comes the heavy spin on towards Bazo from Soda, and now RA Defender going in for more, but here the damage is enough. Will it see that Black Dragon form? He's being popped. Dark Knight falls once again. The Deadly Stinger should come out of the killing spree. away on towards Speedy, and they will get Boro as well. But here the Furious Dive combination, Bazo taken solo. Will he be able to survive? No, he does not. He will fall. That's a 3 for nothing. But Troll the carry, look at that. He's just trolling Jokey right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the whole team is acting like right now, right? Like when the darkness falls, they just don't know what to do. And then not only that, you have a black dragon in the sky as well, so it's just an absolute menace. So it's huge gameplay here. Oh man, the spear coming in, but is it going to be enough?
I think the fact that, you know, it's a black dragon, it's all dark, they're not able to see the dragon as well, so you never know. I mean, I don't know how it works. It probably should work that way. They should not be able to see any of the heroes coming through, but it's been such a difference maker, this Hellcurt on Troll to carry. It's, yeah, people say that, you know, those of you who are watching might be saying, you know, his goal wasn't that much, you know, he wasn't that much on a KDA, but it just goes to show how much map control they have. And Jokey, although he's on 0-0-0, is just unable to do anything at this point. Oh, look at that Sano. There's a Mon Force, but here comes Zoda with the heavy spin. He's able to get Boro. He gets terrified as well in between, but here comes the Black Dragon form, and they're able to zone the rest of the team away. Their Lord is coming down from the top of lane, and Sano will spawn at the same time. So I think this is good for the side of Twisted Minds, but the Lord just getting melted immediately.
Yeah. It's, I mean, Twisted Minds, this is looking like, is looking this is what they were doing last time, right? Like they were controlling the tide. My god, that damage onto the Hellcurt though.
Oh,
Jockey
so
falling.
close to comfort. Oh, he might go down though. Look at that spear. He gets the shutdown. Speedy gets that Jokey falls down as well. Oh my god, that was good clutch play coming in from Speedy. They finally get Troll to carry. So now they're able to make some space for the rest for themselves. But look at that, Sano, Zaman Force dropping just to provide a little bit more space for the team to pick up that mid lane tier 2.
Definitely pretty crazy. I mean, Twisted Minds was in this spot last time, and then R8 was able to change the tides and turn it around with the Moskoff with the late game. But look, the Fender gets locked down.
And look at that, the wild charge didn't affect. Heavy spin was used. Furious dive is there as well. They're able to get the kill. Speedy, the first one to fall. So is Boro. Mike Samazoni, the rest of the team. Will we see Baza go down? That's a double kill on towards Cuffin. And that's 4 down for nothing at the moment. And seems like Twisted Mind might be going straight for the base. Jokey taking so low, he will fall. And Hellcurt being the difference maker right there. Troll the carry, able to live up to his name. Will we see them try to end the game? They will get the mid lane inhibitor. The minions are spawning, and the minions are marching down the mid and the bot side, but will they be able to defend? Defender, Speedy, and Boro will be spawning in about 3 seconds right now, and the cameraman showing us this angle got our heads going crazy. But at the moment, look at that wild charge. He gets taken down. Sano with the kill, and that difference maker has been there. And look at the Primal Rod coming out from Defender as well. Will they do enough damage? The taunt for Fredrin is real, and Speedy able to get the damage. No, he does not. Cuffin picks up the kill, but here comes the heavy spin. They will get another kill. Sano able to pick up everyone, but he'll come down with the big spear of destruction. Speedy picks up that kill and buys time for his team. And gee, what's going on? My head's going crazy.
I actually thought they were gonna end this here. I mean, they pretty much almost team wiped them, but again, it just goes to show that they coming down to execution. Maybe going for the Lord instead of trying to end it could have been a possible a better play here, but my god, we'll have to see.
And now they get the Lord, and I think it all comes out. Look at the Dark Knight fall. Speedy gets caught, but he gets the kill. No, he will fall. And I think Troll the carry was able to survive thanks to Mike Sama's little bit of dash that comes in with that Black Dragon form. He's able to get that little bit of movement going on. And I think right now, Twisted Minds should be able to pick up the Lord for free. And that should all be Shiro, because I don't see a way that R8 Esports can come back from a 7,500 gold deficit.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to get this Lord with no problem whatsoever. We'll have to see what they can do here. I mean, it's going to be GG's. They don't have any tier 3 inhibitors. them being able to stop this would be a little bit crazy. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Only time will tell. The Lord marching down the mid lane. It's the Luminous Lord. Will they be able to crash all 3 waves at the same time? Seems like it will. The Luminous Lord should start charging. Look at that. The wall coming in from Boro here, able to buy some time for his team, but only to delay the inevitable. Here comes Dark Knight Falls. Troll the carry going on towards the right. Target Black Dragon to zone the rest of the team away. Speedy's the first one to fall, so the rest of the team should be able to get them quite easily. And Defender goes down next, and now they're falling like dominoes. That's the 3rd, that's the 4th double kill, and they want to get the 5th as well.
Jesus.
But they don't. Troll the carry will be the one to fall, and look at the recall taunts coming in. The minions will take the base. And that will be Twisted Minds moving on in the lower brackets. And goodbye, good night, R8 Esports.
I mean, GG's, right? R8, one of the most anticipated teams in this tournament, now being taken out by Twisted Minds. Well executed game, utilizing the Hellcurt to the fullest, and then just turn this match around. You would not have suspected to see a Hellcurt roam with attack speed. Look at the Blade of Despair, the Blade of Hep, and the Malefic Roar. He was just looking to absolutely dominate the team. And, I mean, he kind of did it.
Yeah, the Deadly Stingers just tore the team apart, right? Especially with Dark Knight Falls at the right time, and Jokey and Speedy just had to be on their toes the entire game. Look at that team fight coming down. They just broke hell upon the land of Dawn, and Bazo couldn't really do much because all he could do was just tank all that damage. And at this point, Jokey was the last one standing, and they dove so hard. And here we thought it almost could have been ended, but I think they just you know, we really thought it was going to end, but they couldn't just finish what they started. And at this point, it just came down to this last fight. And look at that Troll, the carry, just able to pick him off. But at the same time, he got pinned to the wall. So I think it's, like you said, it's kind of like a double-edged sword picking up this Hellcurt in the roam, but it seems to work out for them. And Troll the Carrier living up to his name, and this final team fight just picking them up one after the other. Cuffin with that steal with the IMU going in for the wild charge. And I think the MVP's got to go for this Hellcurt, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be Sano, right? This Herod finally did what Herod was supposed to do, and that's carry the game from the gold lane. As you can see, the damage dealt Sano about 4,905. Am I seeing that right, or is that like it's supposed to be 50,000? Isn't it 57,000?
57.
I don't know. I don't see
numbers,
it.
bro.
I don't see it. I can't believe it's gonna be 4,905 damage from this Herod. I think they gotta check that, right?
That's an insane amount of damage, but hey, we'll have to see what they can bring up here. Cuffin, Valentina is just an absolute menace at this point as well, right? 6-0-14, just being a force to be reckoned with. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep that up when it comes around this time. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Twisted Minds able to take R8, one of the most anticipated teams that even Ryan was saying earlier, coming into this tournament, had some complete domination. They suspected that they were going to take quite a bit of this tournament, but they just weren't able to this time around. So we'll have to see coming in how Twisted Minds can handle the lower bracket even more. I mean, they got great discipline, and I mean, it seems like every team's come to fight though.
Yeah, I mean, no team wants to give that away, right? I believe the prize pool is about $50,000, and also the team will be going in towards the MSC, if I'm not wrong. But I think that's talk is for another day, and we probably might be going into a break soon, won't we, G?
Yeah, looks like we got a 2-minute break here. We'll be right back, guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What up, what up, what up, everybody? We are back. The next match being Team Falcon versus New Realm, which, to be honest, two teams that are anticipated as well. They're probably two of the best teams that I've seen. I didn't actually get to see either of them compete yesterday. They kind of all went, I think, before me and Ryan got to cast it, so I actually get to see them. It's going to be pretty crazy. So we'll see. I mean, currently, we'll have to see what goes down here. Looking at this like video, we'll have to see. So Team Falcon, I was gonna swap to the graphics, but they're too quick with them. We got a lot of good players there, a lot of good photos coming up.
Finally, right?
Do you know anything about these teams?
Yeah, I do, G. I do. I mean, I think Team Falcons don't need much of an introduction. They've probably one of the top teams in MPL MENA, and I think they also played in the M Series or the MSC, if I'm not wrong. So Team Falcons, a powerhouse in MPL MENA, but at the same time, New Realm, a powerhouse in MEC, and they also won the recent Crown League as well. They've been doing really well in Europe. I would possibly say one of the best teams, if not the best team in Europe as well. So I think it just goes to show that they're a really good team. They might have gotten a little overconfident when it came to the first game in the tournament, the first series, but right now I feel like they have the advantage. Their mental is really strong. Their Romer Vansky does an absolutely amazing job. Mizu is an amazing mage, and I feel like Rap Fafnir as well, amazing on the jungle. So it just goes to show how much will they be able to pick themselves up after a loss. And we just want to see how it will go on for this series. But once again, Team Falcons need no introduction. They've been playing in the biggest stages for quite a while, and at this moment, let's just get straight into the draft.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we're steamrolling right through all of this stuff here, and we'll go crazy with it. Let's see. Here's the draft. Already right out of the get-go, we're seeing the Brats and the Harith being taken out. I mean, it's understandable. Both of those are pretty big when it comes to team fights. The Angela coming out as well. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if someone bans the Bashia. We'll see.
I like the Barretts being taken off. The Harith, obviously, you got to respect that pick. If you deny the Harith to anybody else, that will be something great. But just ban it out altogether. But taking out the Angela as well, and now the Matilda standard bans, nothing really great. And I forgot Mizu's the gold laner, Gio's the mid laner. So yeah, they should be doing well. And I think after day number one, you must be happy to see some faces instead of some black screens. You know, I think there was a game as well where the MVP just was the one guy out of the five that had the
one guy that had the
all
photo.
The way in the back.
Yeah. I was like, what in the world? Who are these people?
You know, he got the MVP for a reason. He got the MVP for a reason, right? But look at that, they take out the Hell Kurt. I think they read into some strategies that came in for this game. They just read into the Hell Kurt.
I right now I feel like there might be a couple more bans that could have been a little bit more viable than the Hellcurt. I mean, the Hellcurt's very situational, and I don't know if it will become actual meta, but I mean, at this point, someone hit the panic button.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could be a call from the coach. It could be a collective call from the rest of the team. but it is being banned out, so that leaves Nathan open. Yeah, he banned out Nathan. Now you got Minotaur, you got the Diggy, you got the Fredrin, you got the Basha. What else is open, G? I mean, I'm thinking. I can't really find any more.
I mean, there's quite. I mean, they could first pick the Roger,
Oh yeah, Roger's
just to
there.
secure that. I mean, the Moskov has been a key player into pretty much all of the teams we've seen today. That best of 3 was definitely amazing. We could see that they run that through. We'll have to. I mean, they're really thinking about it. I mean, you got to think about it when you're first pick. Like, you're allowing the other team get so many picks, right? So, like, right. I mean, we've seen constantly the Yuzong being picked up by the blue side here when they get these 2 picks. So maybe they go Roger, they go Yuzong, pick up your gold. I mean, they could go Akai here to counter the Fredrin. I mean, there's quite a few options available. It just all depends on their hero pools and what they want to go with here.
Yeah, I think going the Roger would be the good thing to do right here. You don't want to give them Fredrin and Roger and just be a complete breakdown in this team fights and neutral objectives as well. So the Fredrin being picked up, but they go for a Valentina. I think a little too early maybe for a Valentina.
Eh, I mean, it's a good go. It kind of forces the team to really make a decision about like what they want to go with here, right? Like, they don't want to give Valentina anything too specific. I mean, they could pull out a Vexana here. A Navaria still would be a good option against a Valentina, being able to slow both of them down. But again, we'll have to watch out for the Yuzong. The R-Lot. Okay. I mean, I like it. R-Lot's going to be an absolute menace here. They could go either EXP or Roam, so that just leaves open a lot of options.
But at the same time, you're giving the final slash to Kenji, right? That's gonna be, or a good guy is gonna be
Exactly.
playing this Valentina. But now they pick up the Roger, so you know the Roger is gonna be going into the gold lane, and he has the ability to kite and dance around in the map, and you never know how it's gonna go about. But once again, you're giving that away to the Valentina, and they pick up this Minotaur. Finally, after seeing so many games, we see a Minotaur in a team. And now you know it's a good counter not only to the Roger, but also this R-Lot that likes to dive in and go for these big final slash plays. So the Minotaur is a really good pick here. I think they just picked it at the right time. Don't want to take it to the second phase to get banned out, but the second phase of the ban is going on, and they take out the Louis.
I like it. I like it. Again, I mean, Navaria is still, I would say, a solid pick here just because it'll be able to slow down that Minnow and keep him at bay, give him good vision, stop the sets from happening. So we'll see. I mean, they could ban out the Navaria as well. They're going to be targeting probably some jungles at this point. I mean, we could see them get rid of that Kai. There we go. It's rolling up. I mean, that's the last thing you want to see with a Fredrin, especially a Minnow. It's just going to be a menace. So the next thing could be possibly they go for a marksman here. They could get rid of the Moskov because it's definitely been a menace as well, even against a Roger. I feel like would be a good go here.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? The Moskov is a slight bit of a pain, although he's not one of the greatest gold laners out there, not on the level of Harith and Roger. He is a really good counter to these Harith and Roger picks as well. So especially like how he can scale into the late game. But I think they want to take out a little bit of the mid laners. They want to choke down Gio's hero pool, taking down Vexana as well. So now Valentina's off the table, Vexana, Louis being taken out, as well as this Angel that is possibly flexing to the mid lane. So the mid lane options are being choked out, and now I feel like there's left with the Novaria and not many more. But right now, we want to see the final ban come into the second phase of the Snapdragon Pro Series, game number 2 in this lower bracket
Game number
of New
1.
Realm. Game number 1, round number, lower
Round
bracket,
2,
round
yeah.
number 4, yeah, round number 2. Sorry about that, but he got it. But they take off this Baksha, and now we want to see what will go on for the side of Team Falcons. They should probably lock in their gold laner jungler. I'm not sure what they want to. They have the option.
I mean, there's what jungle is open left here? I mean, are they gonna go Martis? This is crazy.
I was thinking, there's the Martis is available. I can't really think of that many more, to be honest, apart from the Martis right now. Maybe they can
Yeah.
go for the assassin route with the
You
Ling,
could go
but
Carmella.
honestly, I mean, Carmella is a pocket pick. It is really good in the jungle as well. They gave the
Yeah.
buff to the ultimate, and then you have a little bit of extra range with your skill one as well. So it is a really good hero to put in the jungle. But I don't know if Team Falcons have practiced it. We know other teams have, but that's probably confidential information. But at the moment, we want to see New Realm how they will top off their draft with the mid laner and possibly an EXP or a Roam, depending on where they want to put this R lot. And I think Vansky might want to go for
Oh,
his Grok and
damn.
oh my god, how could I forget you? How
And
could
the
I forget you?
Grok.
Let me tell you something about this Odette that Geo plays. He uses it not for
Yeah.
damage, more of a zoning tool when it comes to his mid lane, right? Like how you see Arla and Grok want to zone the rest of the team away. This is how he uses the Odette in the mid phase of the game to secure neutral objectives, and it covers such a large area. And he's been a menace on this Odette. He's pretty much known for his Odette as well in all over Europe. So respect going on towards the side of New Realm for picking up the Odette here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and Vansky with his signature Grok once again. But this final jungle pick, I think they're struggling to find something else apart from the Martis, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough scenario to be in. And they
Oh my
What
god!
the heck? Hylos? Okay,
Hey,
I mean, all right, I
it
give
works.
up. I
It
give
works.
up.
It works. Hear me out, G. It works.
Does it?
I like
Does
to
it?
play. I play Hylos in the jungle as well, but then don't count me. I play Atlas in the jungle as well. Just a little bit of a troll. But Hylos in the jungle, his ring of
Oh,
punishment has the glorious pathway. He has the extra movement speed from his rework on his skill
what
one.
am
So
I
you have
seeing?
the early damage in the early phase of the game. You have that
What
possibility
in
to
the
invade.
world?
And now GDI is just racking his head, trying to
I'm
find.
mind blown at this point. I mean, I thought Twisted Minds twisted my mind. This team is just this team is just diff, man.
Hey, you
We're
thought
just
the
diff.
cameraman gave you a headache, but it seems like this Hylos pick is giving you a headache a little bit more.
I'm telling you, I don't know what to expect when we come into these games, but we're gonna be getting into round 2 here, game 1. Let's see if New Realm can face this Hylos in the jungle, or will New Realm succeed at taking down the Falcons?
Yeah, the Falcons are up in the sky and they need to be taken down quickly because this Hylos jungle is going to be really strong in the mid phase of the game. They were struggling to find something in the jungle. They found something indeed. And this half man, half horse Centaur. Is it Centaur or Centaur?
It's a Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur. So yeah, they find him in the jungle, but right now, look at that. He's a little faster than this Fredra when it comes to the jungle clear as well. So we'll see how effective this Hylos in the jungle will be, going straight for the Lethal Wanderer. And all comes down to how these mid rotations work out.
I mean, I guess I can understand it a bit, right? Because you gotta think about it. If I mean, you got a Hylos, you got the carry in the back line. I mean, you're really just wanting to make sure the carry can actually carry, right? Like, you just want to be that tanky front line, slow them down. You could speed up the carry even more after she's able to secure those speedy light wheels. I feel like that's the win condition here for Team Falcons. Now, we're looking at New Realm, right? They have that Odette. They want to burst them down as fast as possible, but there's only a couple targets that they're going to be able to take care of, right? So, Good Night is going to be one, and Lark is going to be the other. Those are going to be two heroes that we're going to probably see the song Swang being sung on. Hit you with a little bit of a tongue twister there.
Yeah, especially after Twisted Minds and the camera and gameplays of the Hylos in the jungle got our brains going a little bit of weak here. But at the same time, if you focus attention top lane, First Blood, Rapfafnir goes down, and that kill will go on towards Ding, ringing a bell in his head. But at the same time, right now, they want to get this turtle up, and now you can see that Super ZZ just wants to get a little bit of zone for his team. Vansky not level 4 yet, but will we see the turtle? Yes, Kenji picks it up. The retribution is on point. Doesn't let it get away. So that's a good turtle, good first fight for the side of Team Falcons.
Exactly. I mean, you got the good control. I mean, they have that, right? With the Hylos. I mean, his speed's phenomenal. Fredrin doesn't really start speeding up until like the 4-minute mark, I would say. So maybe invading, maybe, you know, I don't know. We'll have to see what they can pull through here. Well, I feel like they're gonna be the faster jungle. Rotate quick, take care of, get some easy picks, which they secured the turtle and the first blood, which is a great foundation to build off of if you're Team Falcon. New realm now. I mean, the Grok doesn't, it's not as good early. Very, I mean, can be tanky, but you're definitely gonna have to watch out for it. Minnow, I think it's gonna be a pain as well. You can already see he's got level 5. Next turtle coming in 50 seconds. What's gonna be the next play here?
Yeah, I think they were looking to pick off one more just before the turtle spawned, right? Just like they did in the first few minutes of the game. They picked up Fafnir quite early, so he might be the next target once again, especially when they're moving in towards the goal lane. They want to get Lark down early to give Mizu the lead so that they'll be able to scale with this Roger and utilize the Roger and build the team fights around Roger just to get a little bit of an advantage. The turtle's about to spawn in 20 seconds, but they seem like they don't want to pick a fight. But here comes Kenji with his rotation in towards the turtle side.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. I like this invade. I mean, this is something they could probably pull off a little early. Securing some of these green camps is going to be clutch. He was able to secure that there. Odette did try to attempt to take it. A good secure here before turtle. Level 7 by both jungles, but a little bit of a cheeky play here. Might see an ultimate.
Yeah,
walked in
he goes into the wall. He goes in. Glorious Patrick comes down, but here it is. The big Minoan Fury along with the Wild Charge. Black Dragon going into the back line. There it is. The stop that cancels out the Swan Song. They get the kill on towards Fam, and now they want to go for more, but here comes the Roger going in for the Lycan Pounce. Picks up kill 1. He wants to get kill number 2. Mizu will be able to get Kenji. No, he does not. He's able to get out of harm's way, but here they want to go for more. Fafnir going in for a little bit more. Good night. Will he be going to sleep? No, he does not. They pick up nothing more. They do get the blue buff, however, but at the same time, they did pick up the turtle.
Yeah, I mean, that was a clutch. I mean, they got a kill. Oh!
Oh, what a play. This is what Roger brings in, right? The possibility of having an outplay with that Lycan Pounce, that split second of an immune that comes in. He's able to pick up that kill. And I think Roger is Mizu's bread and butter and showing it quite clearly as well.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. Roger is something you don't want to mess with. Being able to use that Lycan Pounce is just a menace. Dang. I mean, he was trying to get a little bit of a cheeky play there, but not too much. A 3-man, maybe 3-on-1. Kenji taunt.
Oh my God, ding! Wow. Just get the bell hit on his head, and look at that big appraiser's rat. They were able to pick up the kill, and Fam just dashing it out. But look at the bot lane though. Lark picks up a kill on towards Mizu, and now they should be able to get a push there equally. So they'll be able to trade both sides 1-for-1. And I think it's a good advantage going into towards of Team Falcons because they picked up a gold laner for an EXP.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge, right? Being able to shut down Mizu in the early is definitely what you want to do when you're dealing with these types of teams, right? Like, it's something.
Oh my God, you want to see a little bit more? The Terrified Vansky just biting off more than he can chew, and he gets spit out quite easily. And he goes down 4-3. The kill score on the side of Team Falcons. They're slowly getting the goal lead, about 500 right now. And the turtle about to spawn, and this again, once again, easy turtle. The timing of their team fights has been absolutely clutch.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's an overall good team fight here. Team Falcon executing pretty well. I mean, it's been a good trade back and forth from both teams. I mean, only a 1,000 gold lead, and you can already see the lanes are being swapped. I can tell that these teams are a little bit more disciplined than the previous ones we've seen. Their macros a little bit more on point, and they're making people punish. To be honest, they keep walking into bushes, and it's pretty funny because they keep. Oh, was that a? He just used the wall charge for no reason. Super Z baiting them out. He might walk into the wrong bush though.
Yeah, the Minoan Fury is supposed to come out. He
Wow.
canceled the Swan Song. He gets a little bit more than he wanted. But here, Glorious Pathway, and Roger's able to pick up the kill. Will they get Lark as well? He's speedy light wheels, but he will go down to the Valentina. So that's a 2-for-3 trade into the favor of Team Falcons right here. And I think that was a preemptive use of the wild charge. They make it 3-for-3, but I think the preemptive use of the wild charge from Vansky cost them a little bit, and then that was green signal for Falcons to just dive in. But look at that, he gets another one, and that will be Geo who falls down, and Mizu trying to do a little bit of an outplay once again, but they should be able to get this mid lane inhibitor if possible.
That damage by the Rogers just a little bit too much. I did like the one-on-one trade here for Ding for Gio, and we can kind of take a look at the instant replay here. The Minnow's Rage came into clutch, being able to take out Gio and keeping him at bay. I don't think they suspected that they were going to dive right into a Minnow's Rage, and that just, it came down that way. And then getting, essentially, it was a 3-for-4 because the Yuzong traded his life for Gio in the mid. So, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit more. Look at Good Night there. He wants to go in. Kenji does have the front line presence as well. Now they got to start respecting this Hylos, right? They got to, his damage is going to be doing really well. And you never know what more he can bring out for the table, especially at Glorious Path with that extra movement speed that they need. And right now, Good Night prioritizing the wild charge over the Swan Song when it comes to stealing the ultimates. And Vansky walking into a dead push straight away, able to use the power of nature to get out of there. His wild charge on towards Kenji, but he survived the Guardian's Barrier, blocking him away from the Glorious Pathway as well. He's just using it to regen back his health up. And now here comes the cavalry, because here comes the Minoan Fury. Cancel the Swan Song one more time. It's not been a good day for Geo with the Swan Song, and they get Rap Fafnir in the process as well, and now focus their attention on towards the Lord. Team Falcons here want to soar high in the sky.
I mean, they're doing well. I mean, 6-10, about to secure this first Lord. They've only lost one tower. I mean, they're keeping things at bay. This first Lord is going to just pretty much mop everything up. I think they're about to lose this mid tower without any super empowered minions as well. So again, this just goes to show that the Falcons are here. They're using their claws and clawing away at New Realm. Can they stop them though, right? I mean, the only thing that I can see possibly on the side of New Realm is maybe this Roger could be a key play. I mean, the Odette's kind of running into and making a lot of micro mistakes and ulting right into the Minnow's Rage. So it constantly being interrupted is a problem.
Look at that once again.
Yeah, Odette's just not coming into a good play here. Look at this Roger poking this horseman.
Yeah, the Horseman is trying to do something, right? He's doing something that he's zoning the team away. Roger can't really do much. He picks up the DHS right now, so he should have enough damage. But right now, the Lord marching down the bot lane gets melted immediately. They don't get an inhibitor. And right now, Kenji just wants to use the Glorious Pathway at the right time to get that tier 2 turret as well. Will they be able to get the inhibitor though? If they do, that'll be a big W for the side of Falcons, but they choose not to push any further. And like you said, it's absolutely right how this Odette, how Geo has not been able to use the Swan Song at the right time. And if that Swan Song comes out perfectly without the Minoan Fury, if he waits for the right timing, then it will be a clutch ultimate with all that AoE damage. But the timing's just not been right for the side of New Realm.
No, it's been a little rough here for them, but hey, it's okay. Let's see if they can come back into the mid game. I mean, they just really need a good play. I just don't know if they have an answer to be able to catch the carry 4, 2, and 3. Definitely building upon that. I mean, in the Hylos, even 1, 0, and 6 has just been an absolute menace. I mean, New Realm just doesn't seem to have an answer for the Hylos, and I mean, to be honest, I didn't have an answer for it as well when it got picked in the draft.
I mean, now we just wait and find out how, because at this point of the game, if you focus on attentions, you know, the goal lead is on the side of Team Falcons, 6,000 goal lead, 6 kill score. It's the first game of round number 2. in the lower bracket, so the losing team still has another chance, but most likely it will probably turn into a snowball, and the mental factor will come into picture here. And
Mm-hmm.
New Realm, although they've been the top team for Europe for such a long time, I mean, is this gonna be their fall from grace? Because they've been dominating every other scrim, every other team, every other match that's been going around Europe, but when it comes to the big stage, it could be the nerves that's possibly hitting them. And at this point, it just goes to show, how will they come back from, and how will they beat an experienced team like Falcon, I'm not sure, G, but I think they've been to the M series, so I'm not wrong. I think they've represented MENA in the M series, or
Mm-hmm.
they've gone to either MSC. So I'm not sure which, but they've gone to definitely an S tier big level tournament, so they know the nerves are not going to be played for them because they've been on the big stages. But here, the Lord being
Oof.
pulled, and look at Vansky just so low, and here comes the Glorious Pathway zoning them away. Speedy light builds from Lark to pick it up, and now they reset. No, they're not able to reset the Lord. Vansky so low. Black Dragon form coming through. Will they get a little bit more? Able to flicker out of harm's way, and Fam does have the final slash. Will they go for it? They get that. Look at that Minnow and Fury coming out. There's a lot of knockups going in. Swan Song cancel out once again. Petrified, but the Lord going on towards Kenji. Rapfafnir solo will fall, and they get Geo as well. And look at that. Ding is just able to survive the slightest bit of HP.
Oof.
They get down Mizu, and that's a double kill on towards Good Night, saying that they gotta go to sleep. And now, Fam, will he be the last one to fall? Yes, will he? Will we see the dashes coming through? No, we don't. He is just gonna go down. Final slash.
Wipe.
That is a full 5-man wipeout, and I think Team Falcons will be marching straight down the crystal to take the game, G.
Yeah, I mean, Odette's coming in, but I don't know if Odette is not going to be able to deal or even stop them at this point. A full 6-man at that with a Lord barreling down. Team Falcon just going nuts.
And look at that, Odette just dancing around towards the end of the game. I mean,
What a
W2
game.
Team Falcons, right?
That's probably the most well-executed game that we've seen today, right? I mean, a lot of it was kind of like not one-sided. It was back and forth, back and forth. Teams are able to flip the switch, and then now we come and see Team Falcon here just go absolutely ham. And I mean, it was well executed. The Hylos being pulled out was, to be honest, wild to me, but it came in clutch. I mean, it was tanky. It was able to secure Lords. It was, I mean, it did everything it needed to do.
I told you it works, and he survived. He just missed out on the first turtle. This half-man, half-horse in the Land of Dawn, putting in that Glorious Pathway to provide the slows that he needed for his team, able to survive with all that heal. And like you said, you know, it's the first time we've seen a team, at least today, that have been pulling it out really well. They'll be able to put on a display for us. The discipline coming in from Team Falcons goes to show how they've been successful in really high-level tournaments. And it's just the experience that comes out and the discipline of their nature. And Team Falcons proving that they're possibly the team to beat here in the lower brackets and taking down favorites in New Realm, at least in the first game for this round in the lower brackets. And look at that stats coming in. It's just so much damage from Goodnight and so much gold from Lark. So I think they're dominating everything except for the Man of Steel, which is Bansky, and he had to take that much damage.
Yeah, I mean, Goodnight had the most damage done. And again, Valentina is just an absolute menace. And I mean, paired with the carry just literally popped like 1-2 abilities, and then you were just falling apart, being eaten alive by the damage, and just nobody could do anything about it. You can already see Goodnight able to secure that MVP here on Team Falcons, 4-0-9. Pretty typical build. Kill fight participation 87%. Crazy.
I think Goodnight's picture would have just been a little better if he just put that sleeping, you know? He just put his hands together like this and say that they were sleeping. Maybe he got to change that PFP for himself. But apart from that, I think game number 1, quite interesting. And with the picks, especially with the high-lows in the jungle, not something we see quite often, but it is still executed perfectly by Team Falcon. So it goes to show they've been practicing this and not just something they pull out of their cards, you know? Not just something that they pull out of the bag of tricks. They've been practicing it for a while. It works. At least it gets the job done, and that's what they needed to do in that game number 1. And now they have match point in this best of 3 series, lower bracket, New Realm. Can't believe I'm saying this. I've casted their games before, but usually they're the ones winning 4-0s, 3-0, 2-0, and I think they have their backs against their wall because I think in the upper bracket they were what 2-0, and then now they're here in the lower brackets 1-0 once again. So it's just the fall from grace for the side of New Realm. So they gotta pull their socks back up and pick themselves up and make sure they can come back and put on a show for game number 2 and possibly take it down to the 3-game series that we all love to see.
Hey, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we've seen. I mean, I haven't personally seen New Realm, but the hype behind him seems to be pretty high. So maybe we'll see a reverse sweep. I mean, could be a high possibility here. But again, Team Falcons looked really well. And kind of building off of what you were saying earlier, when I was at M4, yeah, M4. There was Team Falcons was there, but they were like a red squad. They weren't green. I don't know. Would this be the same Team Falcon? They just went through a rebranding?
Yeah, I think it is the same Team Falcons because I know for a fact Team Falcons has played in the M series, if I'm not wrong, especially for MPL MENA, representing MPL MENA, right? And some of these players' names ring a bell as well. So apart from watching MPL MENA, so yes, they're an experienced team, and it clearly shows in their gameplay. Absolutely disciplined, no unnecessary fights, and when they pick up team fight at the right time, the right ultimates, the right use of the moves, and the way they're moving around the map, it just shows it's just such a clean game. And I think New Realm really need to think about how they're gonna approach this next game, because if you get beat so cleanly and they had no chance of, I mean, there was no time in this game, no point in this game where you and myself thought, is there any way for New Realm to make a comeback? And it never really came about it, and that's just goes to show how clean and how experienced this team is. But yes, the hype behind New Realm is real because they are one of the best teams in Europe, if not the best. And I don't know what's going on with them. It just could be a mental factor, or they're just not being comfortable themselves. It could be a ping issue as well, right? It could be a ping issue. But let's not take that away from them. So it's just the ping issue, maybe. But again, it's you just got to show your skills on the game no matter what, no excuses. And New Realm, we might be possibly looking at a reverse sweep.
Could be a possibility, but let's go ahead and jump into draft number 2 here. Can they make up for this loss? We do see the Harith and the Angela ban coming out again. I mean, pretty typical. Right now, I mean, I didn't see. I mean, the Valentina definitely exponential, might not be something you want to see. Good night pickup once again. The Odette wasn't as impactful as I suspected she would have been. But again, I think that just comes down to Team Falcon having such a tanky lineup. There wasn't too much that she could capture, and then Minnow just came in clutch too. So, I mean, this run up, we have to see what type of tactical approach they want to take against Team Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to go back to the drawing board. They need to pull up something, right? Something that they've tried. If there's a moment for showing up all your pocket picks, all your hidden strategies, the time is now, or it's now or never. Because if you lose this game, they're they are going to be out of the tournament, and such a big level tournament, such a high tournament. They come in with their heads held high, and they want to go out with their heads held high, at least with one victory in their bag if they're if not winning this series. So I want to see them come out on top because they're a really good team. Once again, they're banning out this Hellcurt. So I think it's a target ban, right? We saw this in the first game as well. So definitely a target ban on towards the side of Team Falcon, on towards Super, who was doing... I don't think... Was he playing the first game, or am I just tripping?
The Hellcurt?
No, it's Super. I think they made a change, didn't they? Is that a substitution?
I think it might be, but it'd be weird that if they did do that.
I don't remember.
Huh.
Either way, the bans are still here. They take out Matilda. They take out Nathan as well. So standard bans from the side of New Realm. So we want to see what they can pull off. They got to pick up something that's really great. Maybe the Roger's available, the Fredrin's available. And if I'm not wrong, New Realm was on the blue side as well in the first game. So they did go for the Fredrin. And now the Fredrin being picked up again. I don't know. I don't know.
Mm,
It's looking a little rough for New Realm even before the draft starts. Maybe it's just me tunnel visioning into how well Falcons played.
yeah, I knew the Brats was going to be the last one banned there. I mean, I could feel it. It just had to happen, to be honest. Let's see what they. I mean, first pick Fredrin. They could first pick. I don't think they need to first pick their mage. I mean, they could first pick Yu Zong this time around. Yu Zong seems to be like a really key, impactful player into a lot of this. And if the second team is able to pick it up, it seems like it's more likely to win. So if you're not gonna ban it, maybe pick it. That's the only possible thing I can think of that they would go. I mean, they could run back the Fred, but the Fred was kind of in a sticky situation there with the Hylos. Uh,
I mean,
they're thinking.
that's what got me thinking, right? Do they really want to run back the friend when they're
Basha,
taking their time? Basha. I mean,
oh,
I don't know what to say.
GG's.
We already
Did you
know what's
hand
gonna
them a
happen, don't we?
shovel? Because they're digging their own grave.
I've never heard of that one before. Hey, that's a good one. Because yes, he brings utility. We know that. For those of you who are watching on the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe because we are here live in the Snapdragon Pro Series between New Realm and Team Falcons here in the lower bracket. Match point for Team Falcons. It seems like New Realm want to have them hand them the second game as well because this Basha has been doing absolutely terrible, not just in this tournament, but all around the world with his win rate. By no means is he a bad hero. It's just something that's so situational and you need a lot of help from the rest of the team if you want it to work. And with this Angela being banned out, I'm not sure how it's going to. But then here, look at it, they're
They're
picking
just
up the
running it
Minotaur.
back.
Yeah, I know. Minotaur and Valentina once again.
Running it back. I do like New Realm picking up this carry, though. I mean, we've seen Team Falcon go pretty tanky, and one of the heroes that can actually deal with the tankiness would definitely be the carry. I also like the Charizla. Very sustainable, has decent knock-up and control. So, I mean, but that also gives the Valentina quite a bit of options here. I mean, to be honest, I'd just get that penalty zone and then dive in, and then you can dash out fears. Just the combos are absolutely nasty when you put those in. So we'll see if that's a possibility.
Let's not forget you got the Minotaur as well. So if Valentina is able to steal the penalty zone with that flicker, and the Minotaur goes in with that Minoan Fury, and the trampoline effect is real. They just be bouncing around in a bouncy house. But here they pick up the Fredrin, and Falcons seal the first phase of the draft, and now going into the second phase, banning out this Louis once again, knowing that this Louis is trouble from the side of Team New Realm, and Geo's pretty famous for his Louis. He's famous for his Odette. And you know what? I know nobody knows this out there. We possibly might see a Xavier coming as well.
And we don't see too many Xaviers in the battlefield. I mean, but he's a menace as well. I think the problem though with the current meta is that like getting to the late game is where it's hard, right? Because the early games, most of the time teams clutch it out pretty quick. They'll do that 11, 12-minute game, stuff like that. So we'll have to see. I mean, we got the Lo Yi ban, which is nice, the Claude ban, the Vexana ban. So I mean, you could see one of those key picks be taken out right now here, Kronos.
Yeah, I think it's been standard bans from Team Falcons. It's the same mirror bans as it was in the first game, and I think for like you mentioned, it could be a key ban coming in from New Realm, but they gotta think it who's gonna be ban out the Benedetta. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the way it's going, they're drafting for the Xavier in the mid lane, right? Because I know Geo plays a really nasty Xavier, although he's not the greatest hero in the current meta. Because, like you said, you got to go to the late game, and getting to the late game will be the biggest factor here. But I have a feeling the way that they banned out the Benedetta, taking out the Claude, feels like they don't want anyone to dive to the back line. I mean, Yuzhong is open, so I think they're just waiting. They're just waiting for the EXP to get picked up and then maybe go for the Xavier.
Yeah,
unless they want to go for the Odette again.
Yeah, true. The biggest problem is that the Charizla is a great laner against a Yuzong. So if they do pick up the Yuzong, like he's gonna be at a pretty big disadvantage until you get to, you know, past that 4-minute mark and people are starting to rotate a little bit more. And well, to be sure, we'll have to see. I mean, the Benedetta would have been a good play because it'd be a good answer to the carry, be able to pierce that back line, be able to do a lot of team damage fights. So I can understand it. The Clint being picked up, very burst friendly, I think can actually take care of the carry in the laning phase. So we could see that they attempt to rotate to the carry more often than not.
Yeah, and look at New Round, right? Taking their absolute sweet time, about 3 seconds left in this last pick phase, and they want to lock it in. They lock in the Florin and the Faramis. Oh my god. So the Florin and Baxia combo is real, and they have the Nether Realm for that extra bit of sustainability, and they have the penalty zone to dive in. So I like this Faramis pick that's coming in. Florin as well to a certain extent, but then you need to scale up with this Florin. Otherwise, it's just basically an extra cannon minion that you'll be hitting all the time without the heal. So you need that, you know, around the mid game, 8 minutes, 6 minutes. They need to be able to find a way to drag it until that point, so where the Florins heal, the bloom will shine. But now this EXP lane could be the difference maker. And like you said, this Yu Zhong is available, and there's a Lapu Lapu, there's a Khalid. So and the Edith's still up for grabs. So I'm not sure how they want to end this draft, and this could be the game changer for this entire game. And they go for the Lapu Lapu.
I mean, you need that backline dive, a good answer to the carry. But I think the thing that we'll run into here is the Faramis is just going to be such a clutch pick here. I mean, overall, it's just, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. At the minnow, we already seen perform. We've already seen Goodnight being menace on this Valentina, and they're kind of just running it back. I mean, Kenji looked like he was goated on the high-low, so I can only imagine he's probably going to be goated on this Fredrin. So Team Falcons looking really well. Really, from the other side, we're probably only going to be seeing the carry. The carry is going to be, I want to say, the big win condition here, and they're just going to have to protect them at all costs. But I think we'll be jumping into possibly match point here for Team Falcon. And then New Realm, we're going to really have to think about what they can do in this last match, possibly.
Truly indeed, because ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're here in the land of Dawn for this possible final game, like said by GDICO himself, in this lower bracket match between New Realm and Team Falcons, blue and red side respectively. And New Realm putting all their eggs into one basket, even though it's not Easter here, because they want to get this carry farmed up nice and easy. But look at Goodnight taken, being pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, and Gio so low, so he has to recall. And now this gives a little bit more space for Team Falcons on the map.
They already stole. Oh no, I thought I'm map twisted here. I was like, how did Pasha just get over there and steal his buff already? I was like, holy crap. Nah, we can already see that both sides are definitely duking it out. I really want to keep an eye on this carry versus Clint, because I think they're going to be able to take care of him. I do like this early engage here on the Basha. Stop his jungle a little bit. To be honest, he popped the retry. I wasn't sure if he was able to secure it. He did? Okay, so I feel like that's a good go by him, right? Because if I was in his case, I would have avoided that.
Oh my god, Gio has just been the target for them once again. He's just taken so low, he has to recall, doesn't even get to clear his own wave. And now the junglers want to go to the gold lane, and like you said, we want to see this gold lane matchup. Hopefully the cameraman hears us out instead of giving us a little bit of a headache with our eyes. But at this point, you know, the carry, that's what it's all about. It's all eggs in one basket on towards Mizu, and he doesn't even have the Purify. He has the Flicker, so I'm not sure how he's going to do well in these team fights, and only one Purify with the Geo, so I understand what they're going for. They want to use that big Nether Realm when any fight breaks out just to help their team survive. So maybe it could work out, but once again, you know, like you said, this big clutch pick and Faramis should be coming out, but Rapfafnir zoned away from the turtle. It should be easy pickings for Kenji.
I was such zone out. Look at the Minnow's rage.
Oh my god, the big fight. The appraises Rat. He just drops that big longsword, picks up the double kill, and now they're picking. Now look at it. They're even cutting the lanes, and they might even get a little bit of that gold plating.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna get some of that gold plating. Shoot, we thought we should be looking at the gold lane, but the EXP lane definitely falling into favor here. Look at the man. Carry's just not able to do too much. Good night, trying to make a little bit of a play. Low on mana, though. Possibly going to have to go back. Look at Ding just bringing down the sword.
There it is. Bravest fighter with the Raging Slash. Not able to get fam, but it takes him pretty low. And now's the priority in the rotation. Even though Kenji stole away the red buff, Rapfafnir couldn't do anything about it. Just watching him take it away within in front, right in front of him as well. And now they focus their attention on towards the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, the turtle is down at the bottom lane, so that could be somewhere they try to focus. We do see Rap here, possibly looking for a little bit of an engage, trying to see if they are going to stick their faces out here on the gold lane, but they are baiting them, forcing them back a little bit. Rap finds the minnow.
You might see a little bit more than they want to do. There it is. Minoan Fury gets two, but there comes the bloom. The heal is there, but it's not enough because Rapfafnir is solo. Tortoise Puissance, he wants to go for a little bit more, but here comes Good Night, and the longsword drop once again. The clap and the bonk is real because he goes again for it. Kenji, he just wants to get a little bit more, but here comes another one from Good Night himself. Gio's taken so low, he might fall. Yes, he does. Good Night still able to survive. So Falcon have the upper hand once again. 5-0, 4,000 goal lead. It's only 4 minutes into the game. That's 1,000 per minute.
Yeah, I mean, they're just executing this really well. I mean, they're about to take out a tower before the 4-minute mark. Right about the 4-minute mark, actually. So we're already seeing, looks like maybe cameraman swapped. I don't know. That was a little bit of a crazy situation there. Turtle, I think it's going to lead into the side of Team Falcon, man. Like that, just the synergy of synchronizing their abilities have just been amazing.
Yeah, you see that replay, right? That big Minoan Fury coming in. At the same time, look at Kenji dropping the longsword at the right time. That was the first blood as well. So they're doing well, and you absolutely mentioned it, right? It's the right factor. They've been timing their skills perfectly, layering it one over the other, and utilizing their their synchronization, the way that they've been going around these team fights. They've just been playing so absolutely well, and it goes to show how long they've been playing together. It's just good communication all over, and the way that they've been going on. Look at that. They took the top lane, and now they're getting the bot lane, but meanwhile the top lane, Rapfafnir copied the rock. Oh, that's Kenji copied the rock in a hard place. He will go down, but they don't get the turret though. So that is, I think, in a way, it's still good for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good go. I mean, that was a 4-man gank onto the turret. They were able to get Kenji, which is going to slow down Team Falcon's jungle, allow them to get a little bit of a breathing room, possibly. But they've just lost so many turrets in this meantime, possibly going to pressure mid here. We'll see what Rap has in store. Maybe they'll collapse down here. They want this mid tower.
Yeah, Falcon zoning them away. Look at Ding. His bravest fighter just to zone them away, showing that he is a big threat indeed. And they get that mid lane tier 1 turret, right? They get that tier 1 turret, and now again, New Realm in the back foot. Just like game number 1, it feels like deja vu all over again. Look at those skins, so beautiful skins. And the cameraman loves showing us these angles.
It's literally coming down to the Boxia curse, man. I'm telling you. Like, it just...
It's true. I think it is true, because
you seal your own fate.
Unfortunately, someone did hand them the shovel, like you mentioned, and now Kenji is just dominating the map. Looking at, they get the bot lane tier 2 turret, and they're not able to trade it. So New Realm again in the back foot, and then now they won't be able to contest the turtle. And this Boxia is just so underwhelming at this point. And Vansky again on this floor, and not like he can do anything else. It all comes down to how much fam can engage and how much damage Mizu can put out, because this carry still needs to scale into the mid game and the late game phase. And I wish we could take a look at the item just to see how far apart they are, because Team Falcons 5,000 goal lead, so the economy definitely in their favor. So I think the exchange rate for New Realm just might be a little too high at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see that Lark is level 10 and Mizzou is over here at level 8. So just the 2-level difference there is huge. Looking to possibly siege this tower here. Yeah, they got it.
Oh, yeah. Such
They're
a
just
clean game.
They're just having to give everything up. No towers are taken on Team Falcon's side, so if they can just keep it up and keep it going, it's coming down to Kenji, Goodnight, and Lark just going absolutely insane.
And look at Ding, just able to zone the rest of the team away, and Super ZZ just putting them to sleep every time he sees them with that big Minoan Fury, like his name as well. I think that ZZ is probably standing for, you know, that sleep emojis that come in. But at this point, they give that butt of hope on towards Mizu from Vansky. And look at the damage leaderboard. Again, this Faram is doing a lot of damage, but he needs the help of the rest of his team. But here goes big flicker penalty zone from Fam right now. And there's the Bloom getting the heal for the rest of the team. And here comes the Nether round from the Valentina. But here, Speedy Lightwheel, will we see the damage come out? Yes, we do. They pick up the kill on towards Kenji and Super ZZ as well. But Ding comes here with the rest of the damage. Raging Slash. He does have the bravest fighter. Will he go for the big Earth Landshaker? No, he does not. And they get 2 for 1, so that's a good team fight for New Realm, but they don't really get much that they need. The goal lead still 6,000 under the favor of Team Falcons, and I think this might be too little too late for the side of New Realm.
Yeah, I mean, the penalty zone came in, the Minnows Rage was there, but I think it was interrupted, if I'm not mistaken. The Nether Realm from the side of Team Falcons trying to keep them alive, but they also had another realm. Ding, though, coming into clutch, coming into the back line, targeting the carry, forcing out the flicker. Again, another team fight on the live.
Yeah, look at that. They're going in. Fam swinging the hammer quite heavy indeed. But here's the bravest fighter. They pick up the kill on towards Mizu. And here comes the Nether Realm. And Ding's between a rock and a hard place. But Kenji here with the backup. And Goodnight will be singing them to sleep. Because here goes down Mizu and Fam. He picks up the kill. And Geo will fall to the big Appraiser's Wrath. And Ding able to survive the slightest bit of HP as well. So now they focus their attention on towards the Lord. And Team Falcon just slowly extending that goal lead now 7,000. And New Realm, they're trying as much as they can, but they're not able to find a way, a win condition, any slim glimmer of hope for them to come back alive in this series, in this tournament as well. Because I think this could be all she wrote for the side of Team New Realm.
Yeah, I mean, the team fights are definitely leading the Team Falcon. Like, they're controlling it like no tomorrow. And it's just a rough play for New Realm. They are kind of coming online, but I think they're coming on the line a little bit too late. Ding is being the absolute menace against Mizzou here. With this siege coming up, I like the lanes are pretty much synchronized. They're going to have to defend almost every single tower at this point. Do they go for the Lord or not?
Yeah, now we see Lord marching down the bot lane. It's not the Luminous Lord, so if they get an inhibitor, it would be good for the side of Team Falcons. And oh, yes, they do, thanks to that double shot coming in from this Flint. And now look at that, he's just doing so much true damage. And here comes the Flicker, Despair Stop. There's the Minoan Fury, but the penalty zone on towards the backline. 2 Nether Realms popped at the same time, and both the EXP laners going to work. But here comes the Appraiser's Wrath. They get the kill, and now they're going for more. But Team Falcon wants to end it, but the side of New Realm can't really do it because they can't tank the damage. Mizu flickers out into the turret just to get some extra health, and they do get a kill on towards Geo. Does not have the stacks to spawn back up quite immediately, but here they come. They're going in straight for the base. The taunt is real. They're trying to do as much as they can. Super ZZ getting able to back out, and now they're trying to go for the base, and this should be all she wrote for the side of Team New Realm, who will have to say good night and goodbye in the Snapdragon Pro Series, getting knocked out from the lower bracket. Congratulations, Team Falcons, because that was 2 clean games, and that was 2 clean victories.
Definitely clean. Team Falcon well executed against, I would say, one of the favorites here, New Realm. Just not able to come online. 5 and 12 we can kind of see the gold line comparison. Yeah, it was like 7,000 to 9,000. Lark just farmed up, fresh and ready, and they just couldn't handle it. You can kind of see some of these key plays. This was like one of the turning points for New Realm, but Ding being able to come into the back line was like one of the clutch plays that did happen. So huge outcome here for Team Falcon.
Yeah, Team Falcon, look at that Ding once again, a huge clutch play, getting Mizu here right on point, being the difference maker, causing that separation between the front and the back line for Team New Realm, and they just couldn't kill him at some point, and he was going, I think it was he didn't even die a single point in the entire game, and absolutely being that big difference maker. Look at that Kenji again, dropping that longsword, that big damage from the Appraiser's Wrath. They just couldn't do it. It's just too much for them to handle, and Mizu trying to chunk down Super ZZ, but just not able to do so. And at that point, it was all she wrote for the side of Team New Realm, and Team Falcons pick up this victory, absolutely clean 2-0. So New Realm getting 2-0'd in the top and upper bracket, going to the lower bracket, getting 2-0'd once again. And unfortunately, they got to go back to the drawing board. They got to make sure what went wrong, and they try to fix what's broken to see them back in another tournament. But for now, they will have to bow out, because I think the favorites are being changed everywhere.
It is true. It is true. And now we're going to be seeing Centauri go against Team Falcons, huh? I feel like that's our next matchup here. Kind of looking at the end of Falcons and New Realm. Again, MVP going to Good Night, an absolute menace, and overall insane pick, I would say. I mean, just the Valentina alone. I mean, I thought they were possibly going to ban it out, maybe take care of it, but they just kept allowing it to roll through. So, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Over there, they just showed the emblem a little bit. He's going for the common emblem just to get extra bit of mana regen. So I'm not seeing that before in a Valentina. So I think that could be the difference maker into knowing how to utilize the mana more efficiently. But at the same time, I think the way that he played in zone for the rest of the team did the damage. The early to the mid game, the carry was pretty much the Valentina, right? Because yes, you do a lot of damage in the late game, but the mid game is where you truly shine, when you can start stealing those ultimates and be the difference maker. And Good Night was the difference maker indeed, because somebody might hand the New Realm the shovel, but Good Night was the one who put them to sleep. Because ladies and gentlemen, they're going up. And the next game, like you said, CNQ, Centauri
versus Falcon.
Versus Falcons. That'll be a really good game, and let's take a look at the replay, right? Because it was absolutely amazing. That's game number 1.
Looks like we're about to be going into a little break here, so
oh shit,
we'll jump into a little break here, guys, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Oh, we're here.
What up? We're back, guys. Or possibly, I think, is the last series of the night. We got CNQ Centauri versus Team Falcon. Team Falcon already, like, I mean, they got the steam in the engine, right? They're plowing right through teams so far, it seems, and it looks like next up on the chopping block being Centauri. Can they mount up a defense and stop them from going here, Kronos?
Hey, G, you said it well, because the Falcons right now soaring high in the sky after that clean and clutch 2-0 against New Realm, and they got next CNQ on the chopping block indeed, because call an ambulance, but definitely not for me on the side of Team Falcons. The way they've been going, even in the lower bracket, just clawing and crushing everybody in their path. And I think the way it went on in the first game, the display that they put up, this could possibly be another 2-0 as well. But you never know how it goes, because every single change can make a difference, and the change coming in with the opponents might be the difference maker, especially how CNQ have been going up in the previous series as well. So it's an open tournament still, but at the same time, we want to see who will be the first one to pick up the victory, at least in game number 1. So they have a little bit of an advantage when they go into towards game number 2. But like you said, again, possibly the final series for the night. Possibly. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go around anywhere. Make sure you like and subscribe. It's GDICO's channel. Come on, guys. You can
Hey, let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah. Well, we'll keep you guys entertained. We'll keep you guys entertained. Just hopefully teams don't pick Basha anymore, you know?
True. And,
it's the curse. It's the curse, man. You just you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. So we'll see.
I
Yesterday,
don't know why though. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
I think the problem behind Basha is just like he's so reliant on his team, and he's so much faster than anybody on the team. So like he's always the one initiating, and I think he really has to be the one that comes in late. You know, like I don't think you're supposed to be the one initiating with Boxia, and it seems like that's what a lot of people like to do. And I also think that we've been in that utility meta in the jungle for so long that I don't know if teams know how to actually deal like utilizing a Boxia compared to like a Fredrin or compared to an Akai or anything like that. He doesn't really lock anyone down, and you have to. He's very reliant on you hitting that first skill. So it keeps resetting the wheel, and if you miss it, it's just GG. So I think it comes down to a little bit of a tactical use, a little bit of a skill-based utilization behind them, and I think it comes down to relying on your team more than normal.
I think you summed it up perfectly, right? Because I was thinking along the same lines, and I think teams need to start realizing, especially after what happened in like M5 and Kyrie went to that Boxia, and then all of a sudden they just started losing, and then it happened again in the NACT. Teams that pick up the Boxia started losing, and I think that's why Zane gave it up as well. Doesn't want to play the Boxia anymore, and then we see that in the MPL Indonesia, people are starting to move away from the Boxia. So slowly but surely, teams are starting to realize that although he is a good pick, he might not be the greatest pick, especially in this current meta, and that could be his fall from grace. But at the moment, Team Falcon still soaring high in the sky, and you never know how it will be going on for Team CNQ, because in the next game, who are you picking, G? Because I know I'm gonna go Team Falcons. I'm sorry, CNQ, but the way the Falcons have been playing is absolutely beautiful. It's just such a clean game. It's not exciting, but it just brings you. It's just so nice and relaxing when you watch them play.
Yeah, I mean they definitely steamrolled the last team, which a lot of people had hypes up for New Realm. So seeing them fall through, it just goes to show. Centauri did go against, if I'm not mistaken, Twisted Minds. So it was, I mean, Twisted Minds also moved along as well. So it could be anybody's game, because I liked actually Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds was a strong team. So I'll go with Team Falcons as well, just because I think they're on a hot streak. If they can keep it going, I think they got this.
Yeah, and also they got the buff from the pictures, right? The PFP buff. Team Falcon got all
They actually
five
have a
of them.
jersey.
Yeah, they got a jersey buff as well. But on the other side, Team CNQ just have 3 out of 5, so you never know. That could be the hidden buff that they need. But Team Falcons definitely, all jokes aside, absolutely clean gameplay. The way that they've been going about has been absolutely dominant in their game display, at least. So it's just unfortunate that they ended up in the lower bracket, but now slowly but surely climbing their way back. They could make up the famous so-called North American crawl that G was talking about earlier in the stream, from the lower bracket all the way to the finals. You never know how it's gonna go. But I think, given the fact that both the teams have been preparing for this tournament for quite a while, they've been doing well in their respective, regional tournaments, possibly MEC, the MPL MENA, maybe MPL Turkey. You never know how it's been going over there, but they're definitely going to channel that inner beast within them. And also, since Team Falcons are on a hot streak, I think this is the time they gotta make the most of it and turn that into a big snowball and move forward into the competition.
I mean, and again, I think it just goes to show that Team Falcon has. I was actually pretty surprised that they got taken out of the upper bracket, right? And I mean, we just seen that they have the experience and what it takes to take on teams of this quality. And I mean, New Realm kind of unexpectedly being sent down to the lower bracket by a 2-0 by Opertum. And I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Does Falcon make it or not? We'll be going into the draft here, first draft of Centauri versus Team Falcon of the night. And we're already seeing the casual bands come out, the Harith, the Angela, and the Matilda. That is like the classic three. And then the Lo Yi as well. I can see it. I can see it. We don't want to give anything to Midnight at this point. He's on fire.
Yeah, good night. Just putting everyone to sleep at this point. And I think that if I was the side of CNQ, I'd probably looking at either banning out the Valentina. And if I was Team Falcons, definitely going to give good night that Valentina, because he's been playing so well in the past 2 games. So he knows the mechanics. He's on a hot streak with that Valentina, 2 MVPs back to back. So you don't want to give it away. So even if there's another pick that you want to go for, maybe give that to him, because he's been doing really well so far today, at least. And now they're taking their times a little bit with this band, so maybe there's the Fredrin up for grabs, there's the Barretts, there's also the Roger, and then you have the Diggy, the Minotaur is still there, but they take out the Barretts, and rightly so, because a respectable jungler, much better than the Boxia. So I don't know, we're just waiting to see who picks up the Boxia first.
Don't give him the shovel yet, man. Don't give him the shovel yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think right now, third ban. What do you go for here? The hair, right? The hair's already there. The Fredrin. You could possibly go for the Fredrin. First pick, Fredrin's kind of been pulled out quite a bit. There's so much open though. There's so much viability. And we don't see Rogers be first pick, so Fredrin, yeah, I would go for it.
I mean, the Arlot's still possible, and then they have the Yuzhong that's there. The Hellcurt, I don't know. I don't know why teams are. Again, no, they're banning out the Hellcurt specifically against the Falcons, right? Like, if you notice, even New Realm, 2 bans in a row. So
that is true.
So I think they've been reading into Falcon's strategy, and they've realized that Super has been doing really well in the Hellcurts, possibly in their scrims. Maybe there's some sort of hidden information. So just taking out the Hellcurt and then insta locking that Fredrin, like, they didn't even wait a second.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Fredrin is like literally like pick. It's not like a most ban, which is wild because it just succeeds so well. But they do leave open the Arlot. The Arlot being picked up is huge. I mean, it could be a roam too. I mean, could go Arlot Yuzhong. That'd be a lot of control into the pit, but they opt to go for the Vexana instead.
Yeah, the Vexana, really good mage. I think a little too early maybe in the pickup. They could have waited a little longer, maybe even for the third pick to pick up the Vexana. But now that leaves the question of having this Yuzhong being left in the open, the Terizla as well. So Still, I would say Falcons slightly have the upper hand when it comes to this draft, just at least until they pick these next two picks. But this Arlok, a flexible pick once again, could go into the roam position, could go into the EXP lane. Just a matter of time where they slot it in after the second phase of the draft. But at the moment, the Vexana, again, really good mage, has fast wave clears, a little bit tanky as well, has that Eternal Guardian just to knock people up immediately, and the Deathly Grass to provide that Terrified. There it is, the Yuzhong being picked up. And this time they go for the Minotaur. So the Minotaur has been doing really good for them. Super has been great on this Minotaur so far. And the Black Dragon, I mean, what else to say? He just goes in, dives into your back line, and there's no way this Vexana is going to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, the Minnow's good. We've already seen Team Falcon just go crazy on the Minnow, so we'll have to see how it plays out here. And I mean, they could double up here. They could go Minnow and they could go Faramis in the mid. So maybe you will see a Faramis ban come out, or they probably should ban the Valentina because we've seen Goodnight just go ham on it the last two games. If you've done your homework and your research, there it is.
Oh, there it is. They were watching. They were watching, G. They were watching those games, banning out the Valentina, and now Goodnight will possibly have to pick up another mage. And the Akai being picked up is a good one. The Edith being banned out. I think we still have they don't want to ban out any of the gold laners, so leaving the options open. There is still a Natan that's available, and I think that's been a menace so far. They ban out the Novaria as well, so really choking down on the mid lane bans here, and just it's just a little too much for them to deal with. Taking out the Valentina, taking out the Novaria, the Louis is being taken off the table as well. And now we'll wait for the final bans that'll be coming in from the side of Team Falcons. But up until then, Team Falcons are absolutely doing great so far in the series. And Team CNQ been really, I wouldn't say underwhelming. They've been going up and down, so you never know how it goes about. But here comes the final ban from the side of Team Falcons, being that Grok. Yeah, so I think it's a good way to end out the bans, but again, leaving the gold laners open, right? Just I think it's a gentleman's agreement. Just leave all the gold laners open.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of the Grok was good. I wonder what they're going to pick up for the roam. They could still go Arlot roam. I mean, Ruby's still a good option into the EXP if they wanted to go that route, but then they'd really have to rely on their gold lane. And I mean, we could see them last pick their gold lane to see if maybe Team Falcon goes more of the tankier route, and then they could pick up a carry, or Team Falcons could pick it up, but then Natan was left open. We kind of haven't seen it be picked. We've seen it banned quite a bit, but seeing it come out now is interesting. So we're probably going to see the Arlot roam. Still could be a flex pick. Not quite sure. I mean, a Roger into this Natan would probably be nasty because Natan might not be able to hit it, but we'll have to see. A Moskov would probably actually be pretty good. Oof.
I mean, but the way that I've been seeing Natan being played all over, it's still something that can stay on par with the Roger, if not really on par, but still has the ability to scale and has that extra bit of CC that comes in with the interference. So look at Team Falcon just pulling out the Nana ever so casually and picking up the Irithel as well. So I'm not sure if this Irithel is the greatest pick over here, but the Nana just something out of the playbook, I guess.
I mean, Irithel, I feel like it's good. I mean, gonna be able to dodge a lot of the heavy spins, keep them at bay, be able to, stay away from the Natan, because the Natan is fairly, it has some range, but you do really have to rely on that basic attack, which allows you to, you have to get really close, right? So we'll see. I do like the Nana. The Nana is actually a direct counter to the Kai, because the Melina can actually interrupt the heavy spin and stop it. So so that's something you'll have to keep an eye out for, because right now Akai counters Fredrin, Nana counters Akai, so it's like just a little bit of a circle here on who could possibly counter who at this point. So we'll have to see.
And then
I like it's anybody's game.
The Kaji just counters everyone else.
Aja's there to be able to pierce the back line to grab that Irithel. The little pesky dinosaur rider dog person.
I mean, the way it's been going on, right? The Kaja, I'm not sure if it's the greatest pickup here, but I mean, it's something to get a lockdown on towards somebody. So at the same time, you have this Nana that could possibly cancel that out with that Molina. So the difference maker will be that Nana definitely in this game. So right now in this series, we want to see how it's gonna go. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are here once again for this game in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Myself, Kronos, and I have GDI up with me on the desk, and we have Team Falcons that's on the blue side versus Centauri Qeon that's on the red. At CNQ versus Team Falcons. Will Team Falcons once again soar high in the sky? Only time will tell. Because look at that Terrified, just good night again, turning into the Molina. It's not a doll, but I like that animation.
Yeah, I mean, the Nana is going to be a key deciding factor for Team Falcon. You know, even though she did get a little bit of a nerf, she's still a powerhouse in the mid lane. And with everything else pretty much being banned and targeted onto Goodnight, it just, I mean, it's about the last choice, but also a decent choice, to be honest. One thing I do got to point out is to keep an eye on is like Super ZZ and Goodnight's like synergy is amazing. Their team fight participation's pretty high. Centaria is going to have to definitely watch out for that as they're camping them up. Again, the turtle is going to be going down towards the EXP. Who's going to get it first? Who's going to invade first? Where's this first blood?
Look at Eerie, right? Level 4, much quicker than Kenji. So you can say that the jungle clear coming in from Eerie is a little bit faster in this case. And Kenji here just wants to sit and wait and let Enzo just make a mistake. So good night once again. Look at the 3-man rotation down bot lane. They might not realize the Dragon Tail going in. Petrify combination coming out. The Furious Dive. That is first blood that you were looking for, G. And that goes on towards Team Falcons. And Enzo just didn't realize that he was camped the entire time.
It's going to set him up to be able to probably take this turtle uncontested. Or Ares going to have a little bit of a problem when the Black Dragon comes out. I would say a little bit early. Looking to possibly get in there. The heavy spin does zone him out. The turtle gets reset though, so the heavy spin is not worth it.
Yeah, and here he goes. He falls down indeed quite early with a heavy spin, I would say. Early Black Dragon, early heavy spin, and they don't get anything for those fruits that they tried to bear. But right now, Kenji are taken so low. Will he go in for it? Appraiser shot a little too late because the vengeance was gone from Enzo. He gets a double kill, and they get the turtle as well. So Centauri Qeon just conjuring up something out of nothing, literally. And they get the turtle along with 3 kills in the early game. And this should be enough for them to start scaling up and give this Arlot some space to make sure he can make a play.
That was crazy, right? Enzo into the bottom lane, kind of got farmed early, but then comes back even after like taking a great L into the bottom lane. And just kind of look at what happened here. The great knock up. Again, no healing just yet. And then look at him coming in from the backside. Minnow's Rage not able to do too much as Vexana just bringing down that Death Knight and just raining death.
Yeah, and now once again they have to make the move. Right now CNQ have the upper hand, and this is where we see Team Falcons starting to play a little passive and not wanting to give them any advantage. But this is where Eerie will have to press the play, and also Sama will have to go in with that Flicker Divine Judgment, get the right targets, and utilize that opportunity that he has made by his EXP laner. And they should utilize it to the fullest, because here we go. Here's the Flicker Entropy coming out. Kulak taken really low, but there it is. The Divine Judgment on towards the Irith, and Lark taken so low, but there it is. The big Eternal Guardian, but not doing enough damage. And I think the Minoan Fury bought them some time, and Lark able to survive, just trying to get the minions as well. But Kenji is here with the taunt on towards Eerie. Eerie does have the heavy spin. He's not using it yet. Retribution coming out. Eerie might go for the heavy spin. Yes, he does. Kenji pinned to the wall completely, but there's no damage. Appraises Rat getting out of there, and I think Meng didn't have any skills to use at that very point, so didn't want to go a little further, and that was just a waste of ultimates at the end of the day.
100%. I mean, you just gotta give it up to the Kaja. Oh, I think he's dead. Super ZZ?
Yeah,
No,
Super
he
ZZ.
stayed alive. Maybe they just don't want to utilize anything just yet. Petri, knock up. Nice.
Yeah, and you see that kill on towards Samo. They're just deleting him instantly. They know that the Kacha wants to come in front to provide some vision and get a pick off, but utilizing the opportunity. And once again, Ding has been on point with his Black Dragon form ever since the first series. But here, Lark almost getting Bang over there, forcing the Flicker and the Eternal Guardian. So this Irithel has been doing a little bit of damage, has been in and around the map, making her presence felt. And it could be the difference maker, but still, I think Kulak will have the advantage into the late game, because here they might get the turret and a siege under the top turret. And yeah, then Molina just gets me laughing.
I was about to say, isn't that the most annoying thing when you just conceal play right into a teddy bear? Like,
yeah,
that's the last thing.
It's so annoying, and it looks like a Diggy skin, to be honest. To me, that Molina makes me feel like, is there a Diggy on the map? The way that when they convert, just pay close attention. When someone turns into the Molina, they turn into Diggy, just walking around the ball like they're in the circus. So it's just annoying to see at the same time if we're playing. But here, Evie going in for the invade Super ZZ. He does have the Minone free. He does unlock it. Here we go. They cancel it out with the Divine Judgment though, and here's the heavy spin going in. Final slash being used as well. Not as passive as Pop will go down, and Goodnight able to flicker out of there, but will die. And here comes Kulak with the rest of the damage, and Lark here finally, will he go down? Vengeance is there on Enzo. Will he get the kill? Yes, he does.
Wow.
That's a double kill thanks to the second skill of Vengeance. And here Ding going into the Black Dragon form. Kulak might be caught in a rock and hard place. He will fall down. At least Ding picks up some pieces and gets a consolation prize in return. But here they want to defend the tier 1 turret. Final slash being missed out by Enzo Super ZZZ. Will he be able to defend? And there they do. And that was a clutch Divine Judgment, right? That was some clutch Divine Judgment from Samo.
I mean, that literally saved the day right there. Stopping the Minnow's rage was clutch, but Arlot.
Oh, he might be. He has to flicker. What's that? Ping dip, definitely.
It was a panic.
Oh my god. If there's a way to show memes out of there, ladies and gentlemen, you got one for yourself right there. That's a nice clip to get. But at the same time, the turtle is up for grabs. Kenji and Eerie just dancing around the turtle. Who wants to get this soup first? There's the deadly grabs. The Divine Judgment being pulled off. And there it is. Minoan Fear along with the Eternal Guard and the Black Dragon form coming out at the right time. Will they get the right people? The Retribution misses out. Eerie's heavy spin was not on time. Lark here did get the turtle. And now they want to go for more. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kulak is trying to get the mid lane turret with the entropy. Will he get out of there? Yes, he does. And Ding just trying to pick up the pieces, but not able to do so because Meng did fall, and they get the tier 1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, they got the tier 1 in the bot lane. Trade it for the mid. Oh my, dude. Someone control Ding, bro. He is just... What is he going on with? Like, he is 5-1-1, an absolute menace. Definitely up in the gold lead here. Ooh.
Meng just got deleted instantly, and Goodnight might be the next one to fall. Yes, he is. And Lark here kiting all that damage and heavy spin just to disengage at the right time from Eerie. And I was looking at the map to see if Ding wanted to fly in once again and pick up the pieces, because that's what they've been doing so great so far.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like that's his job, right? Like, he's the one that gets into the back line to be able to take care of Ming, the one that gets into the back line to be able to take care of the Nate, and it's coming down to him to get it done. Let's see what he does. I think he might be attempting to try to TP bait. Oh, no.
Oh, he might. You never know. You never know. That's when we usually see it. Look at that. You see the recalls coming in, and now he wants to pick up a few more. He's 5-1-1 then. Just rightly so, his bounty is going to be as high, and Samo here might be walking into a death bush. Super ZZ just gets spotted out. Eerie will be dashing out of harm's way, and Goodnight, the difference maker in the first few series, has been doing all right with this Nana. So you just want to wait, and the Lord is coming up in 10 seconds. Who do you think is gonna get this one, G? I mean, the dance is real. You're gonna see a nice dance
It's
going
definitely a dance. I think it's gonna come down to if they can bait this Kaja. Well, they're trying to get him. Look at this!
That was a beautiful Minoan Fury and the Divine Judgment. And here they go, the Black Dragon. They pick up Kulak, they pick up Samo, and here come Team Falcon with the rest of the damage, and they pick up the Arlot, and now Meng will fall. They're just falling like pieces. That's 4 for 1, and that's Good Night that fell down. Not doing really well. Ding, again, the difference maker. I think Samo just picked up the wrong hero, and that was all she wrote for them, and now they get the Lord for free unless Eerie has something else to say about it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that conceal play into that was just it was too much. It was too much. They thought they had an easy real go, and then they walked right into a bush full of a bunch of campers, and they got them.
They got him indeed, and it was so dangerous that was an all-inner, you know, go home play, and the way they went in, they just had to go home at this point because Eerie just can't tank the damage. He's level 13 to the level 12, and level 12 Kenji, so he has the higher level. They do have slight bit of an advantage when it comes to the jungler's level, but still the mid lane tier 2 might be taken down, but the Lord marching down the bot lane, the tier 2 has been dropped, and now they want to make the moves, but nobody is trying to defend this because Kenji is just escorting this Lord along with Goodnight really well. The Molina not been popped yet, so the Lord will fall down, doesn't get any damage onto the inhibitors. They do get tier 2 mid lane turret, and they possibly get the tier 2 up top as well, unless they go for more. But look at that Eerie here. Might be copy rocking hard plays. Kulak will have to get back, and Goodnight flickering out of the harm's way. But Eerie here, heavy spin on towards Ding, but nobody's there to do the damage. Concealed play, Divine Judgment. They finally get the shutdown, and it goes to the right person as well. Kulak picking up that kill, and I think this is where Team Centauri Qeon can take a breather right now, and maybe possibly look for a way for a comeback.
Yeah, that's the comeback. They need it right there. Being able to take down Goodnight and being able to shut down Ding, like, that was huge for them. Breathing room is wide open now. The area on the Sakai kind of looking like he's doing a decent bit of damage. I mean, you can see the gold leaderboard for him is he's like number 4. He's doing pretty solid. I think they're gonna mop up this turret here, and to be honest, the whole team kind of keeps focusing on Airy, and they're not able to do too much. Are they gonna all go in? Oh,
that was close, right? That was close for comfort, all for a tier 1 up top, and I think that was a little dangerous gamble coming in from Centauri Qeon. But the way they've been playing, they seem like they love gambling, because that conceal play earlier was a big gamble, and now once again, so I think they'll be looking for Samo. They're looking towards Samo to make that big play again, but if he's able to cast the Divine Judgment and Enzo will just get some nice final slash on towards everybody else, that's going to be a beautiful comeback for the side of Centauri Qeon. But again, all in a perfect world. We just don't know how it's going to happen here in the Land of Dawn for this game between Team Falcons and Centauri Qeon in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And look at that, they're visible up top, and they want to make the push to make sure that they're for the Lord. And once again, another tango here, G.
yeah, it's gonna be definitely a good tango. I don't think they'll make the same mistake that they did last time with concealing into a juicy target, because we've seen what happened. I think it'd be the bait, and they might be able to secure it here. It's all going to come down to Ding and maybe Goodnight with a little bit of a cheeky play to mid to Lord.
Yeah, it is. It's been Ding, right? Ding's been the difference maker. 6, 2, and 3 has the petrify up. The Black Dragon is ready to fly, and Enzo will here get caught, and he has to flicker out, so he doesn't have the flicker to make the play. And look at that in the mid lane. Ding picks up the kill on towards Kulak, and here they go. Black Dragon form. Eerie has to use the heavy spin to get out of harm's way. Kenji gets the taunt on towards Samo, and the big appraiser's wrath drops, but now they have to back off because they don't have the marksman. They don't have their damage dealer. No flicker on this Arlot. And now no flicker on Samo as well, so there's no possible way to engage, and this should be a free lore for Team Falcons. They're just so good at baiting out these spells and catching somebody off guard. I think it's just, I don't know how they ended up in the lower brackets if they're playing this way.
It is true. It is true. I mean, Centauri gave Twisted Minds a really good go for the money as well. So it was crazy. Again, Team Falcons might have just went to the lower bracket to have a little bit of an easier ride. Who knows? They're gonna soar high into the lower bracket. Again, they just the control. I mean, to be honest, if Ding doesn't get MVP here, I'm gonna be completely surprised.
Yeah, I'm gonna be pissed if he doesn't get MVP.
That's
I don't know
what I'm
what
saying.
Yeah, it's just annoying if he doesn't, because the way he's been playing, absolutely out of his mind. The right targets, and he's been getting the right person as well, Kulak. And he's baiting out the Purify, then going for the Petrify. It's these small interactions that make the big changes. And once again, we want to see something happen as the Luminous Lord marches down the bot lane, and they're trying to make an engage, and Kenji gets the taunt ontowards Enzo, but there's the final slash. He does get 3 of them, and he gets burst down. The heavy spin is a little too late, and here comes Ding with the Black Dragon. The Minoan Fury has been dropped, and he's going for the back line. The Purify is a little too late, and he gets the damage, the killing spree. Kulak will fall. Eerie is gonna go next, and now the Lord is in the base, and will they be able to defend Sama with the conceal? But they don't have enough time, they don't have the damage, and Team Falcons pick up the game number 1 in this best of 3 series. And that was an absolute clean clutch play from Ding. I want to see Ding on the screen because I know he is the MVP.
I mean, to be honest, Ding was the sole winner of their game. Like, there were so many turning points that Centauri was just dominating Falcon, and it looked rough for him. I thought they were gonna clip their claws, and we can kind of see some of those plays like this. The first turtle was a rough play. Arlot just kind of coming online on Centauri's team, but then again, Nana definitely started to come online as well, and Eerie kind of overstating themselves sometimes to be able to secure that kill onto the Nana. So we'll see.
Yeah, look at Ding though. Look at Ding again. He's just on top of the right targets. He gets Kulak, and then he gets on top of Meng, completely unstoppable. And the rest is just cleanup crew coming in from Lark, who just had to make sure he survived. And Ding, once again, this is possibly the only time Centauri had a really good comeback. But look at the amount of ultimates they had to get going. They used the final slash, the heavy spin, and the divine judgment. And here, once again, Ding, the big difference maker, takes out Kulak first, and then the rest of the team. And now, once again, Ding, the right time, but doesn't really tank any damage from the turret. Goes in, gets the Petrify, Furious Dive, and then everyone's just dead right on the spot. And it's absolutely amazing, disciplined, right at the right on time. And look at that damage dealt. Good night, highest gold lane. When was the last time you saw the highest gold per minute being an EXP laner? I don't think I've ever seen one. I don't think I've ever seen one.
When they're the MVP.
And that's so rare to see, right?
It is. I mean, he was just well executing that Black Dragon and diving in on the Natan. And like you were saying earlier, he was just the missing puzzle piece and just taking apart Centauri's back line, and he just cleans them up.
Yeah, it's like clean up shop for him. And look at that. Finally, they did justice. The Ding picks up the MVP. Look at that emblem, the fighter emblem with the quantum charge. It has the rupture, the festival of blood, and the build, once again, a standard build. He just had the Hunter Strike, and the rest was all defense items, and he's still able to do so much damage, able to survive, provide so much peel for his team, and they're at the right time. And I think for those of you who are watching, firstly, don't forget to like and subscribe, but that is the perfect way to play a Yu Zhong, not only in your ranked games, but also in a tournament. And if you want to learn, I think you just got to watch the way Ding was playing. It's absolutely a masterpiece, a textbook display of Yu Zhong.
Yeah, and it was well executed. And when the team needed him, he was there. And it was clutch. It was clutch. It all came down. It was like a little bit of a snowball effect for him. Able to secure the Arlot kill, and then it just went uphill from there. And everything he hit, it hit. And I'm wondering. I mean, I don't know how the pings are. I kind of wish we knew what server we were dealing with every time that we would run into some of these drafts, because I feel like that's ultimately what decides on like the overall like draft picks. So. Well, we'll have to see here as we're going into possibly the last draft. We're at match point, Team Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the last series for the night, that's for sure. It has been communicated in this Snapdragon Pro Series, the ESL for MPL. I mean, not MPL, but MENA and the European region. And myself, Kronos, casting alongside GDI. Obviously, you know him because you're in his channel. But, anyways, folks, the manager for BTK, don't forget that. And right now, they're going to ban out the Matilda, banning out the Barretts as well. And I mean, at this point, oh look, they made the substitution. They got Hush here instead, and instead of the previous jungler. But at this point, and Nergui as well. So they made the substitutions. But I wanted to ask, right, G, at this point, do you ban out the Yuzhong? Do you ban out the Yuzhong, or do you pick it up for yourself?
I don't think so. I think it just kind of came down to overall Centuria's comp. Like they just had that Natan, and to be honest, the only answer to it was the Yuzong. But there's just so many other prio bans that need to be taken out. They took out the Minnow, the Harith, left open the Angela, which could be a little bit of a bad play here. To be honest, hopefully Falcon doesn't opt to go for the Basha.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen the Basha come out from their side. That's why they're 3-0 so far for today. But there it is, CNQ denying the Yuzhong. I don't think that was the Yuzhong pick. They just denied it completely. They just picked that up first, and now they're going to decide what they're going to go for. Because this Angela being picked up from the side of Team Falcon, just too good a pick to let go of as a first pick. And here we have a lot more that they can go with. There's the Fredrin that's left open. Look at it. They didn't even pick up the Fredrin, right? They just insta-locked the Yuzhong. I think it's just the fear. They pick up the Natan this time. So more space, you think?
Could be. I mean, they have the answer. Jesus Christ. Hopefully he's just hovering over in that, and he's not actually gonna use it. But who knows? Jesus. Oh my god. I thought you would think that these people would learn, but I guess not. Maybe if someone can do it.
Hey, rinse and repeat, baby. Rinse and repeat. That's what they're going for here with the box. They want to get on a loss because I don't know what they're gonna think of. Maybe they have. I mean, again, though, the Natan does so well against the Boxer, so I don't know why the Boxer has been picked up. The Fredrin, why is the Fredrin being let through so much? Fredrin is still available. Are these people not realizing? Yes, the Angela.
I don't know.
I mean, the Angela does go well with the Bastia. That goes well with the Terizla, but it goes well with the Fredrin as well. And look at that. They don't want. They pick up the Valentino. They let go of the Fredrin again. So definitely gonna be banned out here.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully they definitely should ban the Fredrin. They go the Edith and the Claude route.
They're still leaving it open. I don't know. If it goes through, I'm just gonna be like, oh my god, what's going on?
Maybe they're not worried about it.
I mean, yeah, to a certain extent, but at the same time, it goes so well with the side of CNQ's draft, right? They just need a frontliner to peel to pull them back when they're trying to run away. So give a little space to the Natan as well. The Yuzhong is there to follow up, and Meng obviously able to steal ultimates away. They ban out the Roger, rightly so, because they need a gold laner on their side for the side of Team Falcons. Then they take out Grok. So Fredrin let through once again. So I don't think they're gonna prioritize picking Fredrin right now because definitely he's gonna be left open. So it's gonna be either in the final pick, unless they want to buy some more time for themselves to pick out a roamer, pick up the Fredrin right now, or maybe the Martis, and just leaving open everything else. So I don't see what else they could go for though.
Yeah, I mean they got a decent amount of options. I mean, we could see a Moskov be picked up because a Moskov with an Angela could be pretty unstoppable. Of course, Fredrin getting picked up by CNQ, that's just a given
Surprise,
at this
surprise.
point. Yeah, there ain't nothing else that they would attempt to even try to pick up at this point. Seems like there's only like 2 or 3 jungles in this whole game now.
Yeah, I mean the way it's been going around. Unfortunately, although they try to buff off the assassins once the tank meta hit, there's no way the tanks are gonna get off the game completely. But again, they're going for the Nana here. So the Nana was a clutch here in game number 1, and going for the Irithel again. So this time comboing up with the Angela. So I mean, we've seen the Angela Irithel combo for a long time, so it's proving good for them. But at the same time, now what will be the final ban? I mean, final pickup. I know they don't want to go for the Kaja, because it didn't really work out well the first game. So maybe picking up another support like the Florin. I think the Florin would be a really great pickup here.
Yeah, we could possibly see. We could possibly see it. The Nana being picked up again is quite interesting. I mean, I kind of like it. It was a nuisance last time. I don't know if they're gonna be able to chase it as much as they were able to as last time with the Kai, since they have the Fredrin this time around. The Tigreal. I mean, I like it too, right? Because what's the one thing Angela does is like groups up people, right? So if you have the Tig, you'll be able to get in there. That's the definition of I can't move. He locks you down for like 5 seconds. If you're the one target he decides, you're just getting tossed like a pancake.
Yeah, especially with the CC that follows after, that's literally the I can't move meta that you see on the side of CNQ right there. If they're able to layer their skills, it's gonna be absolutely clutch. But this Tigreal will be the difference maker. That big implosion, that big flicker play we like to see, and could be the big difference maker. Once again, a lot of bigs and ifs, muts, and maybes. Only time will tell how it will go out, because game number 1 went to Falcons, and this could be match point for them in the last match for Centauri Qeon in this game.
It definitely comes down to execution, right? Being in match point, Centauri is pushed back against the wall. Do they become the predator, or do they become the prey? As we're going to be going into match point, Team Falcon looking to win it all here.
Right now, once again, the leash is real for the side of Centauri Qeon. He's able to hit. Don't forget that in the first game, EUR was able to get the faster jungle clear and was a level up ahead. Even though his team was losing against Kenji, he was able to get a level up ahead. And that could be hurting for the side of Team Falcons, maybe if possible in the rotations. But again, it all comes down all ifs, buts, and maybes. And I think Samo, he might be looking for the big 5-man set.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how they take it here. For Team Falcon, I think they're like win conditions here. I mean, to be honest, is going to have to utilize this Basha and this Angela combo, maybe even paired with the Irithel. We'll see. I mean, they do have Good Night, which Nana has severe amounts of damage, so I like it. I feel like every time I see a Basha play, there's not enough damage on the playing field. And I think they have that, right? They have the Terizla. The Terizla actually counters the Yuzong. It's actually really good in lane. And when in the hand of Ding, I think can play a major role here. You can already see that the lane's kind of being baited out here. They are rotating to possibly apply some pressure into this EXP lane. And again, the turtle is on this side, so this is what they have to do. I do like that Enzo is kind of learning from his last mistake of like overextending just a little bit too far. So I think just knowing your micros into this game, Centauri is going to have to keep an eye on. And then maybe even coming down to Ming being able to take the Heart Guard to be able to utilize them for themselves might be a good play here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you rightly so pointed it out, right? Enzo learning from his first game, and it's about like fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, and now they're giving up the turtle to go into the top lane, and I think possibly AFK from Kenji this game. I'm not sure what's going on. They haven't called for a pause yet. They give away the turtle for free unless Kenji wants to take a nap in the base. That's what he's doing currently. And Ding up in the top lane, giving up the bot lane completely. So I'm not sure. Definitely there we go, a technical pause should be coming in, but the pause has not been called yet. So I don't understand what's going on, unless this is a technical issue coming in from the lobby hosts. I think they should be pausing the game.
Seems like a communication issue here. I don't know.
Yeah.
There it is, finally.
Finally.
Oh Jesus, we're starting back up.
because Yuzhong got the entire gold plate while the technical pause was up, and again getting paused. So somebody didn't get the memo, or they got the memo a little too late here, because definitely, definitely gonna be a big difference maker. And look at the economy. Thanks to that, I think he got ahead already. 1,500 gold lead on the side of CNQ. So
Jesus.
uh,
Yeah. I think they're gonna be complaining about this one. I'm not gonna lie. We'll have to
yeah, I
find
mean,
out. That technical pause that was like a solid like minute and a half. It almost felt like.
yeah, yeah, I think it was because once the Charizla started walking all the way to the base, I was like, this is unreal. And Angela wasn't moving, the Boxia wasn't moving as well. So it just, I was like, yeah, definitely a communication issue. And somebody didn't get their letter from Hogwarts because the Haggard didn't come and pick them up right there.
I'm telling you, and that allowed them to just kind of go pretty hard in the jungle, invade a little bit. I thought I seen a little bit of a cheeky play about to happen because it looked like they rotated the Charizla all the way up to the top lane and then the Nana to possibly get a play because they noticed that like they couldn't even go into it. I think they're doing a
Oh, there we
redraft,
go.
maybe.
I think it is a redraft, if I'm not wrong. I mean, at
I
this
don't
point, if
know.
I was both teams and I was probably
I'd be
the
pretty
one of the
mad.
referees, I mean, maybe still go for the same draft and get into the game again because there's not really much that happened and no kills and no objectives still spawned up. And
Yeah,
I think the gold was just because of the turret, I mean, the gold shield. So, yeah, possibly a complete redraft or, just a restart of the entire game altogether. And that's the only
yeah.
possible thing I could think of. But looking at how the draft went and how the game was going about, you were mentioning about how Ding could be the difference maker in these big team fights, and
Yeah.
maybe that's what they need for the Baksha to pick up a win. Finally, right? Finally, Baksha can pick up a win.
Yeah, I also think with Midnight as well, right? Or not Midnight, Good Night. Like
Yeah,
Midnight's
no,
our
no,
coach
no.
on
Yeah,
BTK.
but
I
look
was
at
like,
that.
I
He just
seen Good
slide,
Night and the Midnight.
just
It was just
sliding it
like,
in. He's just sliding in the BTK whenever he can. Rightly, what a great manager, right? Just whenever possible. Snapdragon Pro Series, thousands of people watching. Hey, I'm BTK Coach Midnight right there.
gotta give love to my boy Midnight, But
Hey,
nah,
absolutely.
good night picking up this Nana. I feel like is also going to be a good factor because it can be utilized like that. That's the one thing that Basha doesn't have, which is like a solid CC, a good control during these like turtle fights, these neutral objectives. And that Melina just gives it to him. Not only does the Melina give a solid CC, it's also going to give you decent damage into the mid to late game. So that is something you have to watch out for, is that she's going to be an absolute menace. We've seen it in the last game, like was landing everything, the Melina into the blitz, into it was just overall a great pick. And I think it'd be a good show here. Now again, the Charizla is a really, really good counter to the Yuzong just because it has such sustainability. So that's where that aspect comes. So you'll have to keep an eye on that. And then, I mean, for the gold lane, I do feel like what the other team has is definitely the Natan. The Natan is going to be shredding this team apart. And Nana is so squishy. If she's able to interrupt him on any of his basic attacks, could be another winning factor. But if he's able to keep away from all of that and peel and poke, like, I feel like Centauri might actually be able to change some tides. I mean, kind of seemed like, I don't know if they pulled the Ethernet cable on the on the jungle over there or what, but they were trying something.
I mean, they were trying something indeed, and all that going well for the side of CNQ. I mean, all this. I mean, for the side of Falcons, everything going well. They have the Molina, they have the Terizla, but unfortunately, they have a Bakshi as well. So could cancel out. All the goods can cancel out the bad. So you never know. But jokes aside, I think the way that Ding has been playing, he's been the absolute difference maker. And Lark, once again, on this Iritel, paired up with the Angela, could be, it's just a lot of mobility altogether. And I think they took the Purify that game as well. So uh, just making sure you don't get CC'd and having the extra ability to move around and kite the damage when possible, especially against the Yu Zhong. So the Irithel does go really well, and just want to see how CNQ will have to refresh themselves, restart, and make sure they can make a comeback. Otherwise, it's just gonna be GG, well played for them after this game.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest thing I want to see here is if Basha can finally win a game. You know, I feel like his
Yeah,
built-in
you and me both.
anti-heal, his built-in anti-heal is going to be good and utilized against the Yuzong. I
More
mean,
like anti-win, right?
yeah, that. Jeez, don't put that curse on him yet. You better knock on some wood.
Hey, I got wood right in front of me. Might as well, right? Might as well. It could be the caster's curse or it could be the caster's blessing. You never know. Like they say it, right? All over the world. This could be the blessing that they need. You know, just go and pick up the win, Basha. We're supporting you. We're right on your side. We want to see a 2-0. You know, want to go get some grub, get some pizza in your belly, get some chicken wings, and for those of you who are watching, get some popcorn, because this game might go on for quite a while, because nothing's been communicated so far, at least, and I think possibly it should be a re-game, right? It should be the same draft once again going in towards the second game. It should happen unless both the coaches or both the teams have some sort of a problem with it, which I don't think they should ideally. But unless Falcons are thinking like, hey, we don't want to pick the Bosher, so let's fight and get another game. You never know.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. They kind of threw some music, I think, on the live stream. I can hear it.
I muted it completely, so I don't think I don't think I'll be listening to that.
Okay, it's
now.
just like very, very low. But my guess is that redraft shouldn't take too long. Maybe it could have been like something super technical, and maybe a redraft isn't even possible. So, I mean, there's a bunch of things that are in the talks. Who knows here? There's a lot of possibilities.
Maybe their dog just pulled off the Ethernet cable.
I'm telling you, I had to go like toss him outside. I was like, the dog's just howling too much for some reason.
I was like, maybe the dog.
I didn't know what he. There wasn't no fire truck. There wasn't like the dude just went. Whoo! I was like, what are you doing, brother?
Oh well, I mean, all. That was fun, right? That was quite a laughable moment about the dog. I mean, the way he was howling, trying to cast himself.
I'm telling
but
you.
at the same time, trying to take the spotlight away from us. But I think so far, the way the tournament's been going on, I think Falcons have a legitimate chance to make it all the way from the lower brackets completely to the finals as well. So watch out for Team Falcons unless Team CNQ has something else to say about it. But the way it's been going, I think Team Falcons are definitely the favorites, because right now R8, one of the favorites, have been knocked out. The New Rel, one of the favorites, again have been knocked out. So two big powerhouse teams, right? They've both been knocked out, and this could be the chance that Team Falcon needs to shine, unless we've just been underestimating the upper bracket teams like Birthright, for example. Nobody really expected them to do this well, and maybe through their scrims, yes, possibly, but I think you know, it's just a surprise. But ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're going to be going into a quick 5-minute break to fix that Ethernet cable or get a new one since the dog chewed it off.
All right, guys, we'll see you here soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
There we are.
Let's see what we got here. Still not in the game just yet. We are back to the caster's desk, though. Folks, we'll see what is going to be happening here. Looks like they're starting it back in about 8 seconds. Maybe, I don't know if they're going to watch the whole redraft or we're going to jump right into the game. We'll find out.
I think it's going to be a redraft. I think
they are going to the redraft.
Yeah, they complain about the box, definitely. And now, once again, we get to see the 5 players from the side of Falcons and just the 3 from the side of CNQ in the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL. I am Kronos, for those of you who do not know, but do you know who I'm casting alongside with G, the ICO, the BTK manager.
They're going with a whole new draft this time around. Interesting.
Ooh, this is
maybe not
exciting.
The Bashia curse.
I think this is how you beat the Bashia curse, right?
Let's see. I guess how you do, you get a technical pause and a restart.
Imagine they pull it up again, though, and then they end up losing. It's all for what? All for just to get it back to me.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like they're banning like roughly the same stuff as last time, so maybe they'll just attempt to run it back.
Maybe not. Who knows? And who knows how it's gonna go? Because like I think these 3 have been like standard bans so far: the Matilda, the Angela, the Harriet.
Yeah.
Unless they decide to leave the Harriet open. Even if they're the blue side, they're the first one to ban Harriet. Because I think Harriet, although he's great, if you pick him up as the first pick, he can be easily countered upon by the other 2 picks that's gonna be picked up. So they just don't want to take the risk banning out the Harriet. They ban out the Arla. Once again, it's the same bans that's been going on in the entire in this entire series. And the next one should possibly be, maybe if we see an Angela, yeah, it's an Angela, so it's definitely a redraft completely. And the Angela being taken out just goes to show that they have something else that they've planned out, and they want to foil the plans of Team Falcons.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. We'll have to see what possibly can go through here. Arlott, they banned the Angela. They're like, yeah, bro, you're not getting that one this time. We've seen where you were going. We've seen it. But all right, let's see. The Fredrin's still open. The Minnow's still open. The Barats is still open. Any of those are viable bans at this point.
I think it's going to be the Barats, right? It has to be the Barats. The Barats or the Barats. I don't know how we pronounce it. It keeps changing every now and then for me. But yeah, I think they're going to take out the Barats. Yeah, the Barats have been taken out. And I think the next one, possibly the Minotaur. Again, maybe. I don't see anything else that they could go for. What else is there that they could go for? Maybe a Roger. But we don't see that too often.
Yeah, the 6th man's always the one that's like, hey, what could it possibly be? It could be anything, you know? I mean, they could ban the Valentina. I highly doubt they first pick a Valentina, but I guess it just all depends on what they want to pick.
And there was a point where they used to first pick Valentina, right? And look how the meta has evolved all the way to
That's
the
what I'm
I
saying.
Can't move meta. Yeah, like the
the low E. That makes sense.
Yeah, that, but usually they go for that in the second phase, though. So I think they're trying to read up on something coming up from Team Falcons. But guess what? They leave open, G. They leave open that so-called Hellcurt that every team has been banning out so far against Team Falcons. So
they first pick
I know.
Hellcurt.
Nah, I don't think first pick Hellcurt, but I think, after that they could possibly go for the Hellcurt and just not let it slip to the second phase, because the way that I think
There's
it's
the
been going
Valentina.
around. First pick Valentina. That's
It's just
actually a
too
surprise.
good. It's too good by good night, man. Like, I mean, he's just, yeah. I mean, he's just too good. Too good.
He's
I
been
like it.
securing the games as well, right? He's been securing the games on this Valentina, so
Mhm.
rightly so, not letting it go, and the Valentina making a big difference indeed. So not letting that go, picking it up, and we have the Yuzhong once again, the instant lock Yuzhong. I think just not to give it to the side of Falcons on towards the hands of Ding. So
I think they'll
Maybe
just run
now.
back the Charizla.
Yeah, I think they
Okay.
have to. Ooh, are we gonna?
What is going on here? All right.
At this point, I don't know how many
It's
people
like the
are
roles
watching, but
just switched. Like they were like, "Hold up, I want to throw the game, not you."
because the way
I'm,
it's been going, right?
I'm
Absolutely.
dead.
And now they pick up the Minotaur just to counter that completely. So this Yuzhong and this Baksha kind of rendered useless with all this dive. And the Minotaur with the Minoan Fury, and especially that Terrify that comes in with this Valentina. Again, Frederick just going to taunt you and pull you back into the team fight. So I don't see the point of picking up the Baksha, at least so early. I mean, yes, if it was like the last pick, understandable because there's not many junglers available. But like so early into the draft, they have to have some sort of a plan. And the way the draft's been going, I don't think it's gonna work unless what they're gonna pick up a Florin right now.
I don't know. Could be picking up a Florin, that's for sure. Florin's kind of like last pick though. You don't want to like just sneak something like that in there. The Grok has also
Grok.
been another one that's been second banned all the time. So I do like that they picked it up on the third slot. And also, if I'm not mistaken, Centauri actually has a really good Grok. So I think when it comes to... But see, this is the problem. This is the problem. We're lacking a lot of damage from
Damage,
Centauri. Like,
exactly.
what are they going to do to make up that damage, you know?
Yeah, now they ban out the Natan, they take out the Terizla. I mean, rightly so, because the Terizla, like you say, it kind of counteracts the Yuzhong. It makes sense, but at the same time, now they're taking out the Natan. They're probably going to take out the Claude next, just to make sure that CNQ don't have the damage that they need. And then they're just going to be searching for it, unless they pick up the Roger. The Roger is still available, so yes, that's one source of damage. But again, that's in the mid phase of the game, and I think that would be the right pickup for side of CNQ. But then you're going to be lacking late game. So but then again, all eggs in one basket. I'm not sure how it's going to go.
Yeah. Is
I I think
something.
For Team Falcons, they can pick up the carry, but they ban it out themselves. Like, okay, so I don't understand what's going on. Why do they ban out the Roger themselves when they could pick it up? So,
I mean, unless...
they go for the carry, but it's not gonna do really great against the Minotaur.
True.
So,
And they get rid of the Vexana. I did feel like the Vexana was a huge mage in that last game, so I feel like that's a good ban that they could get rid of. Let's see what they pull up though. I mean, gold land wise, I mean we've seen the Earth though get picked up, which still could be a strong. Or I don't know. I mean, it could be anything, you know. Maybe the Moskov. They could pick up the carry.
yeah, I
I
think
would go
they're
carry on
yeah.
Falcon.
I mean, yeah, Team Falcons definitely carry because you have the Minotaur to protect you, you have the Fredrin to protect you, so that would be the right pick for them. But I think CNQ, maybe the Moscow, right? But are they holding back? They're holding back until the last second. Pick up the Novaria right now. The Novaria is doing really great in the mid
Yeah,
lane
there's
so
the
far. Yeah,
carry.
they pick up the
Yeah.
carry. There's no
I mean, that was
surprises.
easy.
The
Yeah.
team comp is just built around so well around for this carry. But what do you think this finally EXP lane? No Terizla, maybe Khalid. We don't see it
I
often,
mean,
but I think
they could go Khalid. I mean, that'd be a little wild. They could go Lapu Lapu since they got a Navaria. Just to be able to get in that back line, because that'd be the biggest problem that they have right now is they have a lot of frontal, but they don't have that backline peel, and Ding actually is really good at being able to peel the back line. So, I mean, maybe they're building a brick wall so Carry can just shine.
yeah, I mean that brick wall is quite strong indeed, especially with this Tom was probably the best EX billionaire out there, right? Even though the meta has evolved so much so far, the Tamus never falls. Possibly the only EXP laner that wins against every EXP laner. I don't think there's an EXP laner that can beat the Tamus. In theory, right? In theory, there's nothing that can beat him. But here they pick up the Ixia. I think is that the first Ixia here in this tournament?
It is. It's the first one to sneak through, but I think it could be It could just be because they want to combo the Navaria and the Ixia all together, because it can get some. You can start hitting a lot of people with the Ixia with the Navaria combo. So we'll see. But I like the frontal damage coming from Team Falcons is just going to be probably too much for them to handle. I mean, I like both sides. I don't like the Bashia, so I'm gonna just say Team Falcons got this, because we'll see.
Yeah, only time will tell how it works out, because for now, the draft's been set. Bashia is on the side of Team Centauri, so I think that's we gotta mention that a little bit. But
Out of all things, they picked it so fast too. They were like,
so
yeah,
early.
this is what I want.
It's gonna win us games. It's got the best statistics overall, so let's pick it up. Because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and friends of all ages, this is possibly the final game for the night, as Team Falcons are match point against Team Centauri Qeon. This is the lower bracket we're talking about, and this could be all she wrote for the side of Centauri, because right now we are here in the land of dawn, and we want to see some action go on.
I mean, look at them. They're kind of already trying to starve out the mid lane at this point, and if they're able to do that, I mean, that just goes to show that Good Knight's insane. I think they might have to go back though. We're focusing on Ding. I really like this Kung Fu Panda skin.
Yeah, it's a really good one though. I mean, it's a really nice way to showcase that skin, especially with the cameraman, how he's been moving the camera around entirely. So even though he gives us a little bit of a headache, it is an amazing skin indeed. But once again, all comes down to the rotation speed. I think Kulak here ends up winning this one, just because he missed the speedy light wheel from, or the spinning light wheel from Lark. And at this point, we want to see how these roamers make the difference, because if you focus your attention to the EXP lane, the Thamus might be getting ganked a little bit, but then that's Ding on the Thamus picks up the Vengeance as well, so adds that extra bit of survivability, and once he gets that corrosion sight, he's going to be doing that true damage, and going to be doing that quite a lot.
It is true. So we'll have to see. From what we're seeing though, win conditions here for Team Falcon, definitely. I mean, just gonna have to scale that carry all the way up as far as possible. Midnight, we already know, is an actual, not Midnight, Good Night. Is actually a really good mid lane. Oh, look, and they're already jumping on Ding though.
Oh, he gets that Vengeance going, but will he survive? No, he does not. First Blood going on towards Enzo here. And there it is, the Astral Recall coming in. The Astral Echo to provide the vision. Black Dragon to zone them away. And now they're just going to pick up the steal on the Turtle for all the hard work the side of Team Falcons put in. And CNQ just picking up the rewards for that. Look at that, they're just zoning them away from the blue buff entirely. Going in for the dive. And Kenji taken so low. He does have the Crystal Energy. The Mega Freezes right. He gets 2 in the process, so they came for a fight, and the fight is what they're getting. Team Falcons able to pick that up, even though that they lose the blue buff. That was some exchange, definitely coming out from the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, I'd take that. I mean, 2 kills on your jungle right there at like the 2.5 minute mark. That's huge come up. Team Falcon falling a little bit far behind when it came to that. Engage on the Turtle, but still a come up in my book. I thought he was gonna get taken out, but the Praiser's Wrath is just too much when you're so low HP. They just absolutely eradicated them. Now Centauri, I like the early aggression. They went pretty hard on the team, but again, you gotta watch out. This is a Fredrin you're working with.
Yeah, and that Fredrin really hit hard, and he dropped that longsword, and it was just too much for them to deal with. And look at that, they want to go for a little bit more here on the gold lane, choking Lark a little bit. But here comes Kenji, Minoan Fury from Super ZZZ, but they're able to get back. And now here comes the big shield unity from Eerie. Tortoise's Poisson's being used as well. The speedy light wheel is on play, but not enough, as he will fall. Super Z is the first one again. The Praiser's Wrath just doing so much damage, and Kenji takes out 2 of them. And that double kill going on towards Lark, and rightly so, the gold laner picks it up, will be a triple, and this is where the carry will start to shine, because that's a 4 for nothing, and I think that's how you gotta play, and Team Falcon showing the big difference when it comes to these team fights.
Oh my god, the whole gold plating on this, and even maybe half of the HP of the tower too. Yeah, Team Falcons definitely synergying pretty hard here. Just look at it, man. They thought they had him, and then the Appraiser's Wrath comes down and just eradicates two of them almost instantly. A wild charge comes out as well to keep him at bay. That was good night being able to secure that CC. Oh my god, Carrie's already online.
Yeah, and has to be definitely now going to be roaming around the map and proving that she's going to be the difference maker. And the damage was just too much. And at this point, who's going to stop the carry? Nobody's able to dive onto the carry just because you have the Minotaur, you have the Fredrin. But here it is, full barrage on towards Good Night, taken really low, but doesn't get him because he doesn't have the damage. So Kulak really needs a little more time to buy some items, but Lark just going in for the turret here. And I thought Samo would probably go for the big wall charge, but doesn't seem to have it at this moment. But the box, yeah, take a look at the map. He might get taken down by the molten sights. Yes, he does. And the kill going on towards Kenji, though. And once again, Ding is proving to be the difference maker in every team fight possible.
Yeah, this is definitely quite crazy. Oh, man. Oof. I want to see what they possibly can do. I mean, the Boxy is just having a tough time and has a lot of the kills, but not enough of them, as Enzo's not popping off like Ding was. So pretty crazy. We'll have to see what comes down here as Kenji invading this top tower. Ooh.
Yeah, and right now full barrage on towards Kenji here, but that's the pressure we're talking about. We saw him get really low. Airy here, he might try to get a little bit more, but here comes the Black Dragon for Minoan Fury, but Super ZZ gets melted down, but that's all right because the rest of the team is able to survive. And meantime, Lark is able to get the bot lane tier 2 turret, and now they want to get this mid lane inhibitor. But here comes the wild charge, and Ding here with the cutter and Inferno, getting a lot of damage done. And Lark going in for a little bit more on towards Samo. He's taking so low, but they will back off. Look at that. They're still able to hold their own. And all they lost to the tier 1 up top, but they got a lot more in return.
Yeah, I mean, 2 towers, or I mean, for your roam, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. The zonage by the Thamus is going to be absolutely crazy as well onto Airy. Does jump in there. There it is. Are they going to go in on him?
Yeah, he might want to, but there's the full barrage. Do they have the damage, though? No, he doesn't. Everyone just gets out of there. And right now, Kenji here just zoning for the rest of his team. And Meng, I mean, I thought that was going to be something coming off of the side of Centauri, but they're not able to get anything in return.
It's true. It's true. I mean, Team Falcon's still looking good. It's only about a 2.5k gold lead, but the towers are falling left and right. There'll just be more gold going into the favor of Team Falcons. They're trying to look for something where they can, and that you can see that they're taking the bottom tier tower. Maybe they'll attempt to go for a second. Thamu's kind of low, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to properly defend it, especially against 2 of them down here. But we do see a little bit of maybe a rotate in the bottom.
It's possible, but it all comes down to this next Lord that they might be wanting to go for. No, at 60 seconds, but here it is. The wild charge and the Minoan Fury at the same time. Boxy gets taken off first, and next will fall this big rock. That's 2 for nothing, and 2 for 1. Lark is the one to fall, but here, full barrage. Once again, everyone's able to get out of harm's way. And I think the carry did her job. And this Boxia quite underwhelming so far, but in the damage leaderboard is this Valentina, and now they should be able to get this tier 1 in the mid lane quite easily for free.
Yeah, being able to block that shot's clutch. I think it's just coming down to that. I mean, just look, they got quite a bit of their team on the top leaderboards. The Yuzong's kind of being the only one that's dealing a decent amount of damage to carry on, but again, it's still just not enough in total for the team to take a stride. They're going for it, though. I mean, again, the gold lead's not exponential. Any team fight could happen, but right now it's leaning into the favor of Team Falcons as they're able to zone quite a bit of Centauria. They really need to fight back on this. Well, Lark is going to get the Lord down while they're trying to force them in their hands here. Samo
Yeah. I think the
looking
Lord
for that
is
cheeky
the big-
wall.
Look at that full barrage once again coming in, but
Oh,
ding
the
right in their face,
flicker.
able to flicker to the back line, and now here goes the Black Dragon, but they get 3 in return just for
That was
Eerie. And I think this is a little
huge.
too much coming in from Centauri. Team Falcons will have to back off, and now they'll be able to get the Lord.
They could retry it though. Nah,
Can
Carry's
he,
not
though?
here. He could attempt it. He's kind of
Being
getting
the way
bullied
it's
though.
going. Kenji it's just being
Yeah,
just
nah.
zoned away completely, and look at that praises rat, but not enough damage just to take them out because there are two tanky and chunky beefy boys. But meanwhile, Lark able to pull up the top.
I think if he
clear a
had
little bit.
Lark, I think if he had
Yeah,
Lark,
then-
he would have been able to. He would have been able to fight those two off and then be able to get there and retry it. But I guess they're playing it a little bit safe. They did push the minions deep into where the Lord would have been going. So they're keeping them at bay. Maybe we'll see another play. We'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely gotta wait and find out because the Lord is coming down the top lane for the side of Team CNQ. I think this is one of the first times we've seen Team Falcons on the back foot, especially for today. And now they gotta see what will be the way that they can make their super comeback or the epic comeback real, but it is still the level 1 Lord. It's not the Luminous Lord, so they should be able to defend this quite easily, especially given the fact that CNQ are not applying any sort of pressure. But here they go on towards Kenji. He got the taunt going in, and Ding trying to peel the Yu Zhang away for the rest of his team, and he's able to survive. Look at that praises right just to clear it away, but the Black Dragon is here too little too late. There is no minions to make sure he can get the clear, but going straight on towards Lark just to get this top lane tier 2. But look at that successful defense coming in from Team Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, they did pretty well. I mean, they pushed that top lane in, secured the wave to keep the Lord at bay. And, I mean, they kept, I think, every single one of their towers, if I'm not mistaken. That bottom lane's kind of building up, but it just come down to it. I think that they got too aggressive when it came to trying to dive in for Kulak. That flicker and being able to still keep the assault raining down onto Team Falcons was what some of the play was there. We'll see here. Lark does have the red buff, so they might attempt to do something here. Look at Kulark, though.
The buff is real for them indeed, and somehow CNQ still able to hold their own. But most importantly, Team Falcons, after losing the Lord, they didn't lose a single turret in that Lord push. Not one turret in the mid lane, not one turret in the top lane, not one in the bot. And I think the turret that they lost earlier was just from some of the earlier pushes that came in from the side of Centauri. And take a look at the goal leaderboard, and Lark is just way ahead of this Ixia. And that's about, what, 3K goal lead on the goal laner?
What happens when you're 6-1? The gold just kept stacking and stacking after every kill. So it came in clutch. And now we're seeing if they can possibly break this curse. Will the Bloxia win? Or will Team Falcon be able to keep that tide going? We can kind of see that they're just still waiting and baiting things out. They're pushing the top. They got 2 top. I think they're going to be rotating down after that. So we'll see. Maybe not. They're not even going to clear the top. They don't even need to show. The minions are winning.
Yeah, they're going for the delayed push up top, right? Slowly but surely, they're going to win that lane. And by the time the Lord Dance is about halfway, when they're done tangoing, that's when they got to go back. Look at that. The minions are going to start slowly pushing up top. And this is something that people don't realize. It's a really high-level IQ play that you see mostly happening like MPL PH, MPL Indo. But it's surprising to see, certain teams pull it off. And if they pull it off really well, and now look at that. CNQ have the top lane pressure for which they have to respond. And if not, Team Falcons will just be able to get that top lane for free. And while getting that, they're able to push the Lord as well. And right now, the Lord about 20,000, 18,000 HP. And we want to see them get a little bit more out of this. But CNQ not really biting the bait here. Samo still has the wild charge. Everyone's flickers are up. The petrify is still available. Eerie here finally shield unity. He wants to go in, but he goes for good night instead. So Kenji has the clear to go for the Lord. Enzo, he want to go for it, but no. Nice. Praises Wrath with retribution, and Team Falcons able to pull off that clean Lord. And that tango wasn't really that great coming in from the side of Team CNQ.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. They were all there, but no one could get like a decent play to go in. And then the taunts and just the overall fear coming in by the Valentina into the mid completely held that. And the Lord is already barreling down. So like this is a quick push.
Yeah, and you can see the top lane is being pushed in with a lot of minions, so now they don't have the Ixia to clear up down bot, especially as Luminous Lord crashing and charging into the bot lane inhibitor, taken down to half HP, but here's the Black Dragon to zone them away, going in towards the other side to protect that inhibitor as well, and they should be able to get this tier 2 for free. And once again, they have 3 minion waves that are crashing, and mind you, these are super minions that are going to crashing in. Kenji with the taunt onto its Eerie and Samo, they're able to get out there. Ooh. They want to boost, but there's the Flicker Wild charge from Goodnight. Minoan Fury coming out as well, and all hell breaks loose because Carry has been doing the damage. Eerie being taken low, but the Petrify Fury Staff combo is real, and Enzo trying to do as much as he can, but doesn't get a person, because Team Falcons have been playing this absolutely beautifully with that push. They get that inhibitor, and gee, that is some very disciplined gameplay.
I mean, that was some well executed like solo, like I wouldn't even say solo, just key identifying where the marksman was and then all of them jumping on him, looking like they might want to end it here.
Yeah, they might want to, but Eerie here trying to do a little bit of damage, hold on for his team, but there's the Astral Echo providing some vision, getting that extra hitbox that his team needs, providing the slow, the Meng buying his team a little bit of time, but how long to delay the inevitable? Because CNQ, this might be a long shot for them to come back from, especially after this Lark on the carry is so farmed up. Look at the gold difference, EXP difference, and the turret damage is all showing as well.
Yeah, it's a rough go. I mean, everybody's almost level 15. Super ZZ's the only one that's not. Same thing as Samo and Anzo. So, I mean, it could come down to it, but the biggest thing that we're seeing here is that Lark is like insane late game security. So, just having that carry is just nasty. Genji can just eat those shots and then just regen because of he's probably got the Guardian helmet as well, so could be. I mean, I just don't know if the Kulak or Kulak, if they're going to be able to even do anything at a team fight.
I mean, but if you take a look at it, right, this Ixia does shine in these base defenses. You have that full barrage, able to clear out minion waves really fast, and you can do a lot of damage as well. You just need the right items at the same time, and we're reaching that point in the game where about the gold lead might not matter anymore. That's still about 60k, so there's still more to go. And if this Ixia is farmed up, it could be different. But Lark here just melting down the Lord. Speedy Light will just to pick it up, and they just rush it completely and wait for the Lord to march in and just completely end the game.
Yeah, could definitely be the case at this point. They're just going straight back. They know that there's no reason to even leave the base at this point. They do have one inhibitor, tier 3, which still could give them the shot to be able to take this, but we shall see.
Yeah, no, only time will tell, because the Lord is marching down the mid lane. The Luminous Lord doesn't have a turret to charge into unless they aggro it towards the top side, and that's what Samo is trying to do, but not really. Here comes the full barrage for the defense, and here comes the Black Dragon. Will they try and do a lot? The Guardian's Barrier to do a lot, but there it is, the Appraiser's Wrath getting the damage down with the knockup effect in play with the Minoan Fury. They get a killing spree on towards Eerie, and that is Lark for you, ladies and gentlemen. Kulak, the next one to fall, thanks to Goodnight, putting it to sleep. But here they're going for the base. The Crystal is about half HP, but so are the team members of Falcons. But here, Goodnight doing the damage that's needed. This could be a little more than they could defend, and CNQ will have to call it a day, because Team Falcons pick up the victory. And that was a really good team fight towards the end, but really good gameplay overall. Team Falcons once again taking 2-0, and they do get that victory.
They got the victory. Team Falcons redraft, keeping the Boxia curse going, taking them down 2-0. When will teams learn? I don't know. Maybe we gotta like post it on their forehead. But hey, we can kind of look. We can look at the outcome here.
Yeah, I mean, the way that, this Thamos was doing well as well. I mean, it's not something that you pick up quite often. Look at that Ding just able to eat up all the damage that he needed. Yes, he did get first blood, but at the same time helped Good Knight survive. And this is the big change we're talking about. That big
Jesus.
appraiser's wrath. Oh my god. That was a double kill in an instant. This is one of those memes that you see on TikTok and Instagram. Just deleting somebody off the face of the earth completely. And here, once again, the big appraiser's wrath gets them so low. And that's the big comeback that they were looking for, right? And Kulak just had to fall because he didn't do much, and this is where the carry started shining, got all that gold that she needed, and after that, the carry was online. It was just too hard for them to stop, and next thing you know, that was all she wrote for the side of Team Centauri Qeon. But they did try to make a comeback, and this was the where they tried to make one. They did get Super ZZZ, and somehow, some way, they were still not able to come out on top just because of the power of this carry. Not building the damage route, not going for the tanky route, going straight for the damage. And in the end, it was just too much for them to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of look at it. Damage dealt over, 60,000 more on the side of CNQ, but still not able to take him down. Just look at the total healed. 243,000. Is that correct? That's a lot of healed. That would be.
I know.
That was a lot of over healing.
I mean, that Minotaur, maybe with the Flask of the Oasis and the Favor, along with the Fredrin, and next thing you know, you have the Thamos as well to regen back up. So, I mean, it was good, but once again, let's take a look at the MVP,
Kenji.
and this time it's Kenji.
Nice. I mean, well deserved. I mean, the Fredrin, multiple appraisers' wraths just absolutely decimated the team and took them down. But I mean, that was a crazy match. It was a crazy match, even though there was a redraft, a complete redraft. Hey, stuff happens. Centauri, thanks for tuning in, you guys, and we'll see you maybe next time, Centauri. Team Falcon, congrats, you guys did absolutely amazing. Took the board. I mean, I can only imagine they were fueled from that last game going 2-0, and they came into this one and won at the 2-0 as well. So hey, it was good. It was a good game.
Yeah, it was really good. And then, unfortunately, only one team can pick up the win and move ahead, and that's Team Falcons. And they're keeping the
Yeah.
dream alive from the lower bracket. So, apart from that, I think the way it's been going in the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's been really well, especially these games that have been going on today. Some of them were, the first few were 3 games, and now it's about, since Team Falcons turned up, it's just 2-0 and 2-0. They're just decimating teams left and right. And, now it just goes to show how it'll go on, because I believe the last game for the night has been postponed, probably offline. So that's good news probably for us casters. We've been a little parched and hungry, and trying to move around.
4 hours and a half.
Well, we can still keep going, but I think we'll take the break while it is, while it's given to us.
True.
So,
well, hey,
especially after all the cameraman shenanigans, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you guys for tuning in, everybody on my channel. Much love. Definitely go give a shout out to Kronos. Do you stream, or do you have any IGs, any socials they can follow you at?
Yes, I do. I do have Discord. I have YouTube as well. I'll pop my link in the chat if that's okay, G.
Yeah, drop it in there. Chat, if you guys want to follow Kronos, he's an absolute legend. Definitely check him out. Amazing guy to cast with. Been casting with him before in previous tournaments as well. Definitely check him out. I think they're talking about some of let's take a look at maybe this. Where was it? Here, take a look at the bracket real quick before we take off. You can kind of see what happened during the day. Falcon moved on. We still need to find out who Geek versus Twisted Minds go against, and then they'll be going against Team Falcon. But chat, without further ado, that's everything for tonight. No more games. There wasn't a 4th match today. Any last words?
Yeah. Nothing else. It was been an amazing opportunity to cast like always, and casting with you, Echo, is like nothing really. It just makes it effortless. A good partner to always cast with, but at the same time, right now, just make sure you guys can subscribe to my YouTube as well. I've been doing a lot of guides and giveaways on my Discord. If you can, it's all in the YouTube. So make sure you follow that. And at the moment, we're looking forward to the next cast at ESL, and obviously big props to the BTK manager himself and all
Hey,
those working
much
behind the
love.
scenes. So yeah, thank you so much,
Much
and
love.
looking forward to the next one.
All right, guys, we'll catch you guys later. Till next time. Do the Ico out and Kronos out.
GG's.